bro. Like, listen, right. I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I haven't been with Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the up. He spews talking points. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. Okay. I literally said they need to understand
that they bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think is okay?
Thank you all. Thank you. Please, please. It's so great to be back in Wisconsin. Am I saying it right? Wisconsin. All right. I got a thumbs up from a couple of these congressmen, so I must be doing it okay. You know, I think Kelly Loeffler, our small business administrator, is one of the unsung heroes of the Trump administration. She has single-handedly rooted out hundreds of millions of dollars, I should say, and on to billions of dollars over the next couple of years of fraud against the American people. So we got to give it up for Kelly. She's doing a great job for all of us, saving us some money. I will say I took special note of one thing that she said, though. Kelly said that I'm the coolest vice president in American history. And I said, Kelly, that is a low standard. That is a very low bar, but I do think that I clear that bar. But I think that was a low standard she set me to. But let me say a few words of gratitude before we get started today, because I'm so grateful to be back in this great state with all of its amazing people. You all know this. Wisconsin is a state with a proud tradition of building great American products with Wisconsin hands, and that's what we're here to celebrate today in this great facility. Now, that would not be possible, of course, without the workers and the leadership of Point Precision. And I've been learning a little bit about this facility just because I knew I was going to come here today. 165 great Wisconsin employees making great American products at a good wage. This is a place that rewards dignified work, and this is a place that makes America and the whole community richer. So you guys should be proud of yourselves. I want to thank the family, Joe and Cindy, and their beautiful kids and all. It looks like we got some grandkids here, Joe and Cindy. That's amazing. Life's greatest blessing, of course. So great to have you guys. Great to see you guys. Wait, what is today? Thursday? Should you all meet in school right now? I caught you. But this is a good excuse, right? The Vice President of the United States comes to town. So you ought to get a get out of school for the day card. But I want to thank a couple of other people here, because all the things that I'm going to talk about, all the things we've been doing in the Trump administration would have been impossible without a couple of great congressional allies. And so in particular, I want to call out Representative Derek Van Orden. My dear friend Derek, it's hard to miss him. Thank you. I got to tell you, sometimes in Washington, you get to Washington, there are people you can trust, there are people you can't trust. Derek is one of those guys you can trust to always fight for the people who are in this room. He knows exactly where he came from, a proud veteran. And Derek was talking with me backstage. He's like, we got to do a little video together just so we can get it out there for the congressional campaign. And I said, okay, absolutely. What do you need me to say? And he said, well, just say that, we fought alongside each other in Vietnam. I said, Derek, if we were Democrats, we could get away with that, but I don't think that's going to fly. We're Republicans. These media reporters are not going to let us get away with that. But there are so many great things about Derek, but all of the amazing things. No taxes on tips, that happened because of Derek. No taxes on overtime, that happened because of Derek. No taxes on Social Security, that happened because of Derek. So if you are a citizen in this district and you see a big tax refund check come next month or the month after that, whenever you file your taxes, remember it was Derek Van Orden who made it happen, and it was congressional Democrats who tried to stop it. So we're going to send Derek Van Orden back to Washington. Yes. We've also got President Trump's endorsed candidate for governor of Wisconsin, Tom Tiffany. Tom, please stand up and be recognized. Another great guy. Another guy without whom we could not have accomplished all the great things that we did in Washington, D.C. Now he wants to come back home and serve as governor. Are we going to make Tom Tiffany the next governor of Wisconsin? There we go. And then finally, if I'd had a few people stand up, I want to recognize Representative Grothman. Where's Representative Grothman? Thank you, sir. It's good to see you. Where's Representative Brian Stile? Brian, a great guy. We're not in Brian's district, but a great guy. We've got Wisconsin GOP Chairman Brian Schimming. Where's Brian Schimming? Thank you. State Treasurer John Lieber. Where's John Lieber? Thank you, man. Thank you for your service. And finally, State Senate President Patrick Testin. Patrick, where are you? Thank you. Now, here's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the stakes coming up in November, because it feels like this election in November is very far away. But if anything, the State of the Union should have showed us that we cannot give power back to congressional Democrats. Now, I am fundamentally an optimist about this country. I believe most people, most human beings, most American citizens, whether they got a D next to their name or an R next to their name, or they have no political affiliation, they're good people. They love our country. They want our country to thrive and prosper. But I got to tell you, after the State of the Union, I'm not so sure that is true of the congressional Democrats that we saw at the State of the Union address. As the President of the United States said very well, you watch their reaction to some of what he was saying, and all I could think was, these people are kind of crazy. These congressional Democrats.
Well, with that hyperbolic point, welcome to Stanley versus the World, folks. It is Thursday. Please make sure you hit the like button. Please make sure you subscribe if you are new to the channel. And we are watching the day after, or a couple days after. These guys are divisive, and they do not like people who have a difference of opinion. And I see that all the time on these YouTube streets. You know, if you simply say, I disagree, people think you are crazy. And it's not like these MAGA folks actually have brains or good opinions to even, I mean, they don't have good opinions. Many of them are just made up. As Vice President Vance said during the 2024 campaign season, they will make it up just to basically get their way. So sorry, the Democrats weren't feeling it. And that doesn't mean they're crazy. It just means they weren't feeling it. But all these guys want to do is be divisive.
If you think about all of the things that they were doing, and I got to tell you, of course, I've got the best seat in the House in many ways, right? I'm sitting right next to the Speaker of the House. I'm sitting right behind the President of the United States. And I've got one internal monologue going on, one thought in my head the whole time, which is don't make a stupid face for 2 hours, which is hard for me. When you're on TV for 2 hours and the Democrats are doing crazy things. So I'll give you a little lay of the land. So to the left, my left, is all of the Republicans, okay, because I'm sitting right behind the president. And to my right is some Republicans, but mostly the Democrats. And so I see the reaction of all the congressional Democrats, and it's one of the most amazing things I've ever seen. So you say, like, for example, you have this beautiful little girl had such a sweet moment with her dad. You may have remembered. She was probably 6 years old. She had been assaulted by an illegal immigrant. She had had a very bad, I think, medical prognosis, but it turned out that she was okay. This 6-year-old girl hurt by a human being who never should have been in this country in the first place, who was led into this country by Joe Biden and the Democrats. And she's hugging her dad, and she's so excited, and you can tell. And I think everybody's heart feels very, you get that warm and fuzzy feeling. And then I look over the congressional Democrats, and they're just scowling. They cannot clap their hands for a 6-year-old who survived an attack from an illegal alien. What is that? What kind of a person can't stand up and cheer for an innocent young girl who's doing well, who's showing the entire country?
Well, maybe the Democrats had a problem with you basically making the poor girl relive it. Okay, celebrating someone else's I understand that you're celebrating the recovery and the miraculous, she was able to overcome. But dude, y'all are just using other people's tragedies to vilify Democrats and to elevate yourselves. I'm sorry, maybe they just weren't in the mood for the hypocrisy. On one hand, you're celebrating an American citizen, an American family overcoming being victims of an illegal. But on the other hand, you're killing American citizens trying to deport the same illegals. It is basically a dichotomy, and maybe the Democrats weren't feeling it.
Strength and resilience. And then the president had this line. I'm not going to get it exactly right, but he said, if you believe, stand up and cheer if you believe that the American government's first priority should be to look after American citizens instead of illegal aliens. And all the Republicans, including Derek and everybody else, stands up and starts cheering. And then you look over the Democrats. Complete silence, no reaction at all. The one thing that got at least some of the Democrats to stand up and cheer was the Olympic hockey team, which we're, of course, very proud of. But you got to ask yourself, ladies and gentlemen, what is it about a political party that cannot stand up and cheer for a 6-year-old girl who survived an attack? What is it about a political party that can't stand up and cheer for the fact that we have rising wages and low inflation for the first time in a very long time in the United States of America? What is it about a political movement that sees the mother of a woman who was murdered on a bus? Because the president highlighted this woman, her 22-year-old daughter was riding on a bus to work, was killed by a violent criminal who was let out of jail 13 times by Democrat leadership, should have never been on our streets, and then murdered an innocent girl. We recognized her mother.
One thing that I've noticed, these Vance and Trump are constantly on the stump campaigning. Okay, the purpose of celebrating this particular company is not to talk about the State of the Union. It's not even to talk about the Democrats. It's to talk about your economic agenda. These guys are constantly campaigning, and you can tell that they know they're in the tank or underwater coming up to the 2026 midterms. That's why every speech is a campaign speech. Here to celebrate a company, here to celebrate Made in America, but you're talking about the State of the Union. It's a bad look.
Her strength and her character and her grief. And I think we all kind of grieve with her a little bit. And the Democrats cannot even stand up and cheer for that. And so the question of the next election is not, do we want low taxes? And of course we do. It's not, do we want a secure border? And of course we do. It's a more fundamental question than that. Do we want to give power back to the people who opened our border, who raised your taxes, who won't even cheer for a 6-year-old girl who was wounded because of their bad policies. And I think our answer to that is hell no. We want to give power back to the people like Derek Van Orden who fight for us. And here's the thing, it's funny. I talk to the president multiple times a day. It's kind of the job of vice president. You talk to the president a lot. And every single day, the president will say to me, what have we done today? Got to do more, got to do more, got to do more, okay? The president has such an intense work pace. And I sometimes think, Mr. President, we got to take stock of all the incredible things that we have accomplished over the last year. When Joe Biden and the Democrats left us, the government of this country, we had the highest inflation that we had ever had in 40 years. Thanks to Donald Trump and congressional Republicans, we now have inflation at 2.4%, the lowest in 5 years, and it's coming even lower, ladies and gentlemen. Under Joe Biden and the Democrats, the average American lost $3,000 in take-home pay. And under Donald Trump and Republicans, in just 1 year, the average American has seen $1,700 increase in take-home pay. That is more money in your pocket, and that's what we're here to do, is make you guys more prosperous. Under Joe Biden in the Green New Scam, we had the highest energy prices that we had had maybe in my entire lifetime. And then we had Republicans take over with a simple principle, which is drill, baby, drill. Get the oil and the gas out of our territory. Use American workers to provide American companies the energy that they need. And now we've got gas prices lower. We've got electricity and utility bills lower. And we've got companies just like Point Precision that can actually afford the cost of doing business, which they couldn't do when Joe Biden was in charge. So it's funny to me, when the Democrats talk about affordability, you heard the president talk about this in the State of the Union address. Hearing the Democrats talk about affordability is like hearing an arsonist complain about fire. It's your fault. You guys left us a country with sky-high inflation. You all left us a country where we were going everywhere but America for energy. You left us a United States of America where the average family was $3,000 poorer. So our attitude is, you know what? When you talk about affordability, you're exactly right. You caused an affordability problem, congressional Democrats, and we are here to fix it. Now, I want to say a few more things, then I'll take some questions from the reporters. So one of the things that I love about what the president has done is he is trying to cut out the fraud and corruption in the federal government. I got to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it is very, very rampant. We have way too many people who got way too comfortable getting rich off of your tax dollars instead of providing the services that they need or maybe giving you a tax cut. We had fraudsters getting rich off of your generosity. I did a little press conference yesterday with Dr. Oz, who runs our Medicare and Medicaid services. And beforehand, we were talking about some of the fraud that he had uncovered in just a couple of months. Let me give you an example. In next door Minnesota, in Minneapolis, not a very well-governed state, you had a situation where we have a service that the federal government provides. The states actually provide it, and then they get reimbursement from the federal government. And you know what they do? They help autistic kids with after-school services. Because if you know anybody who has autism or is on the spectrum, sometimes you need a little bit of extra help. And so we've got a program there to help those special needs kids to make it easier for their families. What was happening is that Somali fraudsters, many of whom were illegal immigrants, shouldn't have been in this country to begin with. You had Somali fraudsters who were saying that their kids were autistic even though they weren't. They were collecting a fat check from all of you, and they were getting rich from it. So what happens? You get poorer, your tax dollars go to Somali fraudsters, and worst of all, you've got special needs kids in American communities that we ought to be helping, and instead of helping them, we're helping fraudsters who don't have the problem to begin with. That is a scandal, and it's something that Joe Biden and congressional Democrats promoted with their open border, encouraged it, and funded it. Now, I'm here to tell you that the job of your government is not to open your borders and allow fraudsters to come in and take advantage of you. The job of your government is to shut the border and shut off the fraud. And that's exactly what we're doing in the Trump administration. But you know, it's actually not just the people on the ground who are committing some of this fraud. Some of the worst corruption is the corruption that you see in the federal government. And I know Derek and a lot of these other guys were standing up cheering for this. Why don't we stop allowing congressmen and congresswomen to get rich off of insider trading? Is that common sense? So again, I've got to see.
No, I've heard about it. What is it? Like 75 million. It's as a matter of fact, I saw a clip the other day of a lady who used to work in the Obama administration for the Treasury Department. She was the person, like, she said back in the day, other than the president or vice president or maybe secretary of state, everybody had to come through her to use a plane, even the cabinet secretaries. And she's saying that, buying a private plane is just like unheard of. But I don't expect Kristi Noem to last the year. If she makes it through the summer, she's just really become a liability. And she and her principal advisor, who used to work for Trump during the 2015 campaign, Corey Lewandowski, the 2016 campaign for 15 and 16, Corey Lewandowski, both of them are married and both of them have been having an affair. And it's as the DHS turns. So Kristi Noem, she's just been a real mess.
Unlike any other, and the President of the United States, first of all, the whole time the president's given a speech, I was amazed at his self-control, because I would not have had it if I was up there with the microphone, because these two women, far-left Democrats, Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, they're sitting next to each other and they're talking loudly the entire time, okay? So there's a point at which I almost look over at him and go like this. But see, this is the thing you can't do when you're sitting behind the president. I would have gotten in trouble for that. Even Derek wouldn't have defended me if I did that. But it's just nails on a chalkboard. They're talking, they're interrupting. The president was completely unfazed by it. But again, you're sitting there, and then the president gets to the point where he says, you know what? We are going to stop congressmen and congresswomen from getting rich off of insider trading, from violating the public trust that you have put in them, and get rich off of insider trading.
Yeah, I've got a short that I either released today or will release tomorrow or at some point. President Trump talking about Congress getting rich in office is a hoot. His family has made $1 billion plus his first year in office. Everything from a plane given to him by Qatar to his and her crypto coins. There was one for Melania and one for him. Hotel deals. This Board of Peace thing, it's an NGO, I guess. Believe me, Jared Kushner is basically Donald Trump's what would you call him? The consigliere. Anywhere there is somewhere that a foreign policy deal can make money for the Trump crime family. Jared Kushner is there. So these guys are just brazen about it. these guys are just brazen. For Donald Trump to talk about corruption,
Of course, a lot of people stand up and cheer. Most of the Democrats don't. You know who was not standing up and cheering? Nancy Pelosi. I have never seen a person more angry in my life than Nancy Pelosi when the President of the United States is calling out insider trading. Ladies and gentlemen, my hope for all of you, of course, is that we can make you richer and more prosperous and safer in your communities. But my hope for all of you is that you find somebody who loves you as much as Nancy Pelosi loves insider trading, because then you will have a very good life indeed.
see, once again, and I know, this is almost like a YouTube show. My show is just approaching 300 subscribers in a year, a little bit over a year, and this is February, so it'll be a year in a month. I do enough fuckery, probably more than I should, but I try and limit it to the weekends, and I try not to do it at all. The Donald Trump administration is a J. Prince panel, except it's the federal government. He's here to talk about economics, and all he's doing is bashing Democrats. It's a campaign speech. He's not telling people what they need or want to hear about how their economics are benefiting people. All he's doing is scapegoating Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar. This is just real gossipy. It's real catty. This isn't vice presidential stuff.
But on all these things, we just have to stop the fraud. The government exists to serve you. We want the government, of course, to be smaller. We want it to be limited in its scope. We don't want it in your pocketbooks. We don't want it telling you what to do. But there are a few things you need the federal government to do. You need it to provide for the common defense. We need a good military. We need it to ensure that people like special needs kids are able to get the essential services that they need and can't afford. I happen to believe I grew up in a poor family. When we have people who are down on their luck, we don't want those people to starve or not be able to get medical care. We want to make sure that Americans are taking care of Americans. But that is not possible if we allow fraudsters to come into our country and get rich off of your generosity of spirit. And so I want you, when you go to the polls in November, I don't want you to just think about all the great things that we've accomplished, all the great things that we've talked about. I don't want you just to think about no taxes on tips and lower gas prices. I want you to think, who is going to protect my money from fraudsters? And the simple answer is it's Derek Van Orden and congressional Republicans. It is not the Democrats who created this problem to begin with. Now, I got so many notes here. I could sit here and go on for another 45 minutes. Housing prices are down. Apartment rents are down 4 months in a row. We came in saying we wanted to make housing more affordable, and we're starting to make good progress on that. The annual cost of a new mortgage in just a year is down by $5,000. And my friends, if we could get Jerome Powell at the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates because the inflation is now low, then those mortgage costs would come down even further. I happen to believe, and I know the President of the United States does, that when young people look at their country, one of the best things that we can do for our young families is make it possible for them to afford a home again and raise a family in a piece of land that they themselves own. I happen to believe that we do not want our young people to be permanent renters in the society that was built by their parents and grandparents. We are going to fight for our young families to own a home, and that's exactly what we've been doing for the past year. Let's keep on doing it. But let me just close with this one final thought, and then I'll take some questions from the media. There are a lot of specific issues that matter. We could talk about all of them. We could talk about the fact that we've got a closed border and they opened it. We could talk about the fact that we've got the lowest murder rates in the United States of America in 100 years. And you wonder, how did that happen so quickly? Two reasons. Number one, we empowered our great law enforcement officers to do their job, and the last administration was holding back. And two, we got a lot of violent criminals the hell out of this country and send them back to where they belong. That's how you get a low murder rate. We got so many things we could brag on, so many things that we still got to do. We still got to work to make home ownership affordable for our young families. You know, you've probably seen the headlines about, you know, the stock.
I actually am going to talk about mortgage rates being, I think they dropped to 6% or just below 6%, which is good, but it's still a mixed economy. There's some other issues with the housing market, but President Trump actually addressed one of them. You know, these corporations going in and buying up all these houses and renting them out. That's affected the markets. $5,000 is a lot. You know, when you're buying a house, and I know I've bought a couple, that $5,000 makes a difference. And I don't know, so I'm not good at fuckery. You know, I'm only good at fuckery when I get pissed off. Fuckery doesn't necessarily come natural to me. So if you got a plan, if you got like a checklist or something, you know, I'll try it, but it would come off as fake if I tried to do it. I leave it to the experts. Like Big J.
Market has been doing incredibly well because the economy's been doing incredibly well. But the president asked me probably 4 months ago, he said, what about the Americans who don't own stocks? And so he's created a new program where we can allow the 35% of Americans that don't own stocks to open up the kind of accounts like a 401k that some workers have access to, other workers don't. We're going to allow every worker to open up that kind of account. So when the stock market goes up, it's good for every single American citizens, not just the 65% of people who own stocks. We want to make it good for everybody. So there's still so much more that we can do. But the fundamental question, I don't think, is this issue or that issue. The fundamental question is, who fights for you? And when I saw at the State of the Union, when I saw all those Democrats sitting on their hands, even when we're celebrating, you know, little girls who survived a terrible attack, it hit me that these Democrats, most of them, they don't serve you. Now ask yourself, why are they sitting on their hands? I would like to think, I don't know them personally, maybe Derek would disagree with me, but I'm going to be a little charitable to those congressional Democrats. And I think when that little girl was standing up, hugging and kissing her dad, that those Democrats, there was at least a part of them, the human part and their soul, that wanted to stand up and cheer for that little girl. And all of them sat on their hands. And you have to ask yourself, why is that? And the answer is because they know they don't answer to you. They answer to somebody else. They answer to people who have corrupted this country. They answer to people who opened the border. They answer to people who got rich off of illegal immigrant labor. We want you guys to get rich off of the labor of American citizens. We want American workers to get rich for working hard, not illegal aliens. And that, to me, is the fundamental difference between congressional leadership and congressional Democrats and the congressional Republicans under the leadership of this president. These guys, they don't serve you. Watch a speech of any of the congressional Democrats. Go watch if you can handle it. Maybe have a few good Wisconsin beers beforehand and prepare yourself.
You know, it is amazing that this guy has made it as far as he has. He's clumsy. He's a clumsy speaker. He's not quick on his feet. You can tell that he has it. He's half a step slow when he makes a joke. The timing is off. What the fuck is he talking about? all I can say is this guy's not going to be president in 2028. I think Marco Rubio is going to be the MAGA nominee. Marco Rubio, if you actually pay attention to him, like last night at the State of the Union, Marco, whatever Trump did to Marco Rubio, calling him little Marco and all, he's created a monster. And I can tell you right now, I don't know if you've ever seen one of the Venom movies where where Venom just bites the head off of people. I think that's what Marco Rubio is gonna do to JD Vance. He's just gonna go, "You are not worthy," and just bite his head off. Marco is, I'm sorry, JD Vance. You can tell this dude is soft.
But watch a speech when these guys talk about illegal immigration, and then watch a speech when they talk about manufacturing jobs for American workers. That doesn't give them passion. That gives Donald Trump passion. That gives Derek Van Orden passion. The idea that every single one of you should have a good job, a good life if you work hard and play by the rules. The idea that our young families should be able to own a stake in their country. That's what fires us up. That's what we're fighting for in government. But you watch these congressional Democrats, what really fires them up, they get really mad at the idea that we are deporting illegal immigrants. They talk about the dreams of illegal immigrants who have come into our country, but what about the dreams of you and your children? Because that's who I'm fighting for. That's who Donald Trump is fighting for, and that's who Derek Van Orden is fighting for. I'm not going to tell you, and I know there are a lot of people who are going to watch clips of this or even watching it live right now. I'm not going to tell you you're going to agree with us, agree with me on every single issue. That'd be impossible. Even in the Republican Congress, which is just, 220 or so very good guys, you've got disagreements of opinion. You've got some people who will say this thing about this issue and something else about another issue. Disagreement is fine, but I'm not asking you to agree with us on everything. I'm asking you to remember who serves you. And what I know about Donald Trump and the congressional Republicans is that we wake up every single day and we think about, how do we fight for you? The question in November is, do we give power to the people who fight for corruption, who fight for fraud?
I also want to point out that for all you folks who might be impressed by Yale law graduates, Clarence Thomas is one of them. JD Vance is one of them. Hillary Clinton's one of them. You can be a Yale trained lawyer and still be JD Vance. JD Vance is totally unimpressive. I mean, maybe I'm sure, to be fair, I'm sure when he's just not a natural politician, I think. He's probably a good lawyer. If he's ever, I bet he's never litigated, but he's not a good politician. To me, he just does not connect. Even when he was a Marine and he passed Paris Island, so he can do tough stuff. But even in the Marines, he was like a photojournalist. He was the Navy has a version of that too. But he was a photojournalist. That's all I need to say.
Who fight for illegal aliens, or do we give the government to the American citizens for whom it was designed and for whom it was created? I think I know the answer. Let's vote for our people. Let's vote for Derek Van Orden next November. Thank you all. Thank you, guys. Thank you all. Okay. Thank you. Please have a seat. And what we'll do is we'll answer a few questions from the media. And I would ask that the local reporters get first dibs here, and then we'll answer as many questions as we've got time for. So go ahead.
Alex Loroff with Spectrum News 1. Mr. Vice President, there was a poll released yesterday of Wisconsin voters where 70% of respondents said their biggest concerns right now are affordability and the cost of living.
Sure.
What can still be done at the federal level to ease some of those affordability concerns that Wisconsinites still have?
Well, look, it's our top concern too. We want people to be able to afford a good life. Nothing breaks my heart more than the idea that you've got somebody who goes out, they bust their rear end, they come home, they want to give their kids a nice meal. Maybe once or twice a year, they want to take their kids on a nice vacation. We want people to be able to afford that so long as they work hard and play by the rules. And I think the thing that we've tried to remind ourselves of in the Trump administration is we were put in a very big hole. When you talk about the average American family under Biden's leadership that lost $3,000 of take-home pay, we think every single day, how do we get that $3,000 back and then some? You heard me say earlier, and this is a true statistic, that the average American family has gained about $1,400 under the Trump administration just in about a year and a month. Now, that's something we're very proud of, but we think every single day that still means that compared to when Biden took over, those Americans are still running behind. They're still catching up. So I think what we have to do every single day is come up with ideas for how to make the American people's lives better. And that's what we're doing. Some of this is the policies that we've already put in place take a little bit of time to work their way through the system. Some of it is we got to keep on working at it. You know, a few months ago, the President of the United States had the
work through the system. What he really means is they need to work their way through the courts. And if it goes the way of tariffs, it's gonna be a long 3 years. What's up, 12 man?
Good morning, Stanley.
Well, I guess it is still morning where you are.
Oh yeah, I forget you're 3 hours away sometimes.
Oh no, I think I'm about 4 or 5. I'm on the East Coast.
4 hours away at least. Yeah.
Right.
Did you all get snow down there?
We did. I guess we did. Maybe it was 2 or 3 weeks ago, but it was enough that you knew it snowed, but it wasn't.
It melted right off, basically.
It wasn't enough to make a snowman. I'll put it that way.
Or a snowball.
You probably could have made a snowball if you worked. It was good snow. Because it actually was cold enough. Sometimes down south, it'll snow and then it'll get above freezing and then it'll refreeze. It'll get above freezing like at 2:00, and then by 4:00, 5:00, it's already refreezing. So you really get more ice than anything. No, it stayed below freezing the whole time. So the snow was actually good snow. It just wasn't a lot of it.
It's all ice out here right now, Stanley. 20 below zero, and I don't want to go outside. I barely go outside. That cold cuts like an ice. When it gets that cold,
like it?
Well, he likes to roll down the hill. But
lucky
I ain't
him.
staying out there long enough to throw the ball for him.
Yeah, well,
I mean?
it'll be spring in a couple months.
Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully.
So any thoughts on any thoughts? Because you weren't here last night. I actually reviewed the State of the Union address. Any thoughts on that? And this is JD Vance from today in Wisconsin, some Wisconsin business.
Oh, he's live right now?
No, he was live earlier. This is a replay.
Oh, okay.
Any thoughts before I restart it?
Well, I thought the men's hockey did an honorable thing by attending the presidential address, and
How is it
then
honorable?
I guess they went to the White House for hamburgers. But you got to
Okay,
remember,
well, wait,
Stanley,
hold on. You used the word honorable. Why was it honorable?
because he's the president. Isn't every judge honorable? I mean, because that's their place
No,
in
you said the
society,
hockey
isn't it?
team. You said the hockey team did something honorable. Obviously, winning the gold
By
medal.
showing
But you
up.
said, okay, well, you have a strange notion of what honor is. um,
Well, Stanley, imagine what would happen to you if you didn't show up, like when you were in the Navy.
not a goddamn thing would happen to me. The president works for the people, not the other way around. You didn't know that?
So if you didn't show up for the address or whatever as requested in the Navy, then you would
Okay, well,
not be demoted or anything like
hold
that.
on. Don't compare civilian life to the Navy. None of those people
Well,
on the
I'm
Olympic
saying
team,
if you were in the Navy,
none of those people on that Olympic team are in Trump's chain of command. When you're in the
no, they
Navy,
aren't.
the president is actually kind of indirectly in your chain of command. Okay. They are not military. They're a fucking hockey team.
So why couldn't the women's hockey team show up?
Because Trump's a dick and he dissed them. That's why.
How did he diss them, Stanley?
Oh, well, inviting them was an afterthought. And by the way, they want, okay, I'll finish before you jump in. They won the gold medal the day before the men's hockey team did. He didn't call the women. He dissed them.
Yeah, and so the women's hockey team decides to go hang out with rappers in Las Vegas.
And you know what?
Trump.
The president of the United States dissed them. They had a gold medal the day before the men did, and Trump didn't bother calling them to congratulate. I think they did the honorable thing by saying, fuck you, Trump. We're not going to be your afterthought. And when I say thought, I mean THOT.
So let's go hang out with rappers.
As a matter of fact, that might be tomorrow's show title. Fuck you, Trump. I'm not your afterthought.
Well, that's fine.
Trump dissed him,
I'm good
and
with that.
I'm more proud. I'm more proud of the women than I am of the men's hockey team. They stood on business. It's like, fuck you. If you can't call us, if you can't call us when we win a gold the day before the men did, then fuck you. We'll go hang out with some real fun rappers.
You know what, Mike McDonald?
We're gonna be eating caviar. We're gonna be eating caviar and champagne
with the rappers.
Your asses are gonna be in the White House eating McDonald's.
Well, that's more American than McDonald's, I suppose. But you know, I hope they all get pregnant with rappers and then they'll all be baby mamas.
Yeah, well, you know what?
Hockey
you sound like you belong with the black manosphere. Women exerted their own will and had enough self-respect to go, fuck you. I'm not going to be disrespected, and you wish the worst on them. Yep, typical black manosphere.
I hope they have fun in Las Vegas. Have fun.
Well, you've already said what you said, you black manosphere person. All right, well, let's get back to the other thought.
Big pharmaceutical companies into the Oval Office. And normally what happens is these big pharmaceutical companies, they come to Washington thanks to the fraud and corruption, and they get a big fat paycheck from congressional Democrats. You know what they got instead? They got a lecture from the President of the United States. Why is it that the people in this room, for my entire life and then some, paid the highest prescription drug prices in the world, while people in England or France or other rich countries paid much lower prices? And the reason is because the pharmaceutical companies took advantage of us. That was corrupt. It was unacceptable. Now, you're already starting to see this with certain medications, and you're going to see it with more. But the President of the United States said, we are done paying more than Europe for prescription drugs. We want to pay what they pay. And if you're not going to take that deal, then get the hell out of my office. Well, they took that deal. So we got to keep working at it. But I'd say to Wisconsin voters, whether they're conservative or liberal or in the middle, I'd say to them, ask yourselves what kind of a hole the Joe Biden era put us in. And do you want to give power back to the people who created those problems? Or do you want to double down on the administration that has busted our tails for the last year to fix those problems? Let's double down on the leadership that's fixing the problems, not the leadership that created them.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Matt Smith from WISN-TV in Milwaukee. On the fraud efforts and what we saw in Minnesota yesterday, here in Wisconsin, the governor has refused to give over the SNAP data here in the state, along with the voter data. I'm curious, is there a point, or at what point would the administration withhold federal funds from Wisconsin?
Well, look, we're going to look at every option that we have because we've got to stop this terrible fraud, but that is absurd. Ask yourself a question. Why would the government of Wisconsin not want to help us kick fraud off of the welfare rolls and kick fraud off of the voter rolls? And the only answer I can possibly come up with is because they like to cheat. There's no other real explanation. Now, the governor might say, in fact, I'm sure the governor would say this. Let me just be charitable to those who disagree with us. The governor would say, well, there isn't as much fraud as the Trump administration believes there is. Well, even if that's true, and it's not, but even if that's true, let's get what fraud there is off the voter rolls and off the welfare rolls. You know the right number of people who should be illegally voting in American elections? 0. You know the number of people who should be fraudulently collecting food stamps? 0. I want those benefits to exist for the people who need them. The only way to promise that is to get the fraud out of the system, and that's what we're trying to do in the Trump administration. No more fraud, no more corruption. It shouldn't be hard.
Why do you have a problem with that, Stanley?
News. What should data centers do to be good?
Why do I have a problem with what?
Getting the fraud out of the system.
Did I say I did?
Well, you're playing it like you do.
Okay, I'm confused. So I played the video like I do have a problem with it? How do you do that?
So you agree with JD Vance?
Okay, don't start that fake bullshit. I literally said nothing. I played the video, and you're trying to act like I said something? Where are you getting that? Where are you getting? I think what it is your hearing is slurred as well. You're just hearing shit, because I literally didn't make a comment at all.
Go ahead.
Anything else?
Community partners.
Well, that's a very, very good question. And you saw the president talk about this in the State of the Union address. Look, there's a good news and a bad news with data centers. Now, the good news is, first of all, they're big facilities. You create a lot of construction jobs. And this next generation of the technological revolution, you need those data centers to make that run. Those data centers are like the gasoline of the technology revolution that we're going to see over the next 75 years. And I don't know about you all, but I want America to win that technology revolution. I don't want China or some other country to win it. And so that's why we got to have these things. Now, here's the downside. If those centers are built and the local governments aren't ensuring that there's enough power for those data centers, then it's going to increase electricity costs for everybody else. And so what we think the data centers have got to do is they've got to work with the local governments, with the state governments, and in the federal government, we are trying to do everything that we can so that if you build a data center, for example, you can just build a power plant right next door. What I think we ought to be working towards is you build those data centers and electricity costs come down for American citizens instead of going up for American citizens. The data centers can afford it. We got to make sure that they're good neighbors so that when they come in and build these great buildings, the people in their neighborhood, the people in their community benefit too, and that's through lower power. That's the best way they can be good neighbors. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Laura Schulte. I'm a reporter with the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. And in Wisconsin, rural hospitals are struggling. Closures are creating healthcare deserts for parts of the state. And what can be done federally to keep those hospitals open and providing necessary care to community members?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. It's a very, very serious problem. And unfortunately, this, like so much of else, of what's going on in our country right now, is a problem that we inherited from the last administration. If you look at the number of rural hospital closures that were happening in 2022 and 2023 and 2024, it was really accelerating. And it's one of the reasons why it's not a provision that's talked about as much, but if you look in the big, beautiful bill, the working families tax cut, however you're calling it, in that legislation, there is a multi-billion-dollar rural hospital fund to try to help these rural hospitals persevere in tough times, stay open, provide essential services, and get them to a place where they're on firmer financial footing. Nothing like that, I don't believe, Derek, had ever existed in the federal government before. But we said, look, we cannot let these rural hospitals just disappear. So we've created this fund to try to, support the ones that can stay open and try to slow the closures for the ones that are going to have to close. We think that we're starting to see some good evidence from those. It takes a little bit of time for that tens of billions of dollars to work its way through the system. But that's the number one thing. And then the number two thing is the Trump administration did a number of things in the first term, and we're trying to do this in the second term to give patients more choice. Because what we often do in our healthcare system, like for example, if you're a veteran, under the Biden administration, we would force veterans to drive an hour and a half away to a big city hospital when they could maybe go to a telehealth appointment in their own home, or maybe drive 15 minutes down the road to the local doctor. So we've tried to empower people to have more choice, because if they have more choice, they're going to be able to stay in their communities, which means more money going to those rural healthcare organizations. And that's the way that we save rural healthcare too. It's a tough problem. I'm not going to pretend it's easy, but we are working as hard as we can to make sure that the people in our rural communities still have access to great healthcare. Thank you.
I'm Stephanie Hoff with the Midwest Farm Report Radio Network, talking to farmers across the state of Wisconsin. My question for you today is, commodity markets have not been friendly to Wisconsin farmers. I'm talking corn, soybeans, and dairy. What is the administration doing to bolster trade, increase export markets, and those relationships to bring market prices back up?
Yeah, so the good news on that is that our great Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke, has been on this from the very beginning. I think it was maybe the first cabinet meeting where Brooke comes up to me and says, JD, the farmers have inherited a mess, and we've got to do everything that we can to ensure that they can stay afloat during this very tough time. So one of the things that we're doing is making sure that wherever commodity prices are, that our farmers can do their job, they can provide their food, and if they fall on tough times, there's a little bit of a support mechanism there. Now, you might say, why do we do that? But the answer is actually very simple. If we don't have American sovereignty in our food supply, we don't have sovereignty at all. If you cannot depend on your neighbors to provide your food, if the food that you're relying on comes from another country, say goodbye to sovereignty, because that country is the one that controls you. The country that controls the food is the country that will ultimately control the entire world. So we've made very strong efforts, and we're going to keep on working at this with our farmers to ensure that whatever commodity prices are, they're able to stay afloat, they're able to grow their products. We know that they're struggling, and we're trying hard to fix that. The other thing the president has done is, for a very long time, China, one of the biggest buyers of soybeans, they would take advantage of American markets, but they would not take the product of Wisconsin farmers, whether it's corn or soybean or whatever it is. They would not offload that product into their country. Now, that was a fundamental unfairness, and that's why the president is fighting back and making sure that we have fair trade practices. If you don't have countries honoring the United States of America, our great farmers and our great manufacturers, if you have countries that are able to come in and undercut the wages of our workers, but we're not able to export their product, ladies and gentlemen, that is not trade, that is international fraud, and that's what's been happening far too long all over the world. The President of the United States is stopping it. We're going to keep on stopping it to the benefit, not just of Wisconsin farmers, but Wisconsin manufacturers too. So let's say we'll take two more questions here. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Dylan Eckhart, 9 News, out of Wausau, WAOW. Nationally, there has been bipartisan legislation introduced sticking with agriculture. For example, the Domestic Organic Investment Act, which would make a USDA's development grant permanent, allowing for grants for farmers and businesses. How will the administration continue to work with local farmers and businesses in Wisconsin, especially central Wisconsin, to expand on some of those ideas and introduce legislation?
Well, you heard a little bit of my answer in the last question, but you're right. There's a lot of legislation that's working through the Congress, and as broken as Congress is as an institution sometimes, there are still some good pieces of bipartisan legislation that happen. Luckily, I think agriculture is one of those areas where you still have some good bipartisan pieces of legislation. You ask how we're going to work with local farmers, especially in central Wisconsin, and the answer is just to listen. You know, we've got a great legislative team at the White House, but we've also got a lot of great allies like Derek Van Orden in Congress. And what these guys are doing is they're coming to us with ideas. And they're saying, look, we heard from our constituents, this is something we've got to do. You know, whatever the product is, you know, sometimes they're most concerned about commodity prices. They're worried that the soybeans and the corn, it's way too low. Sometimes they're worried, of course, about inputs. They're worried about fertilizer. They're worried about the cost of fuel. So what we just try to do is work with our allies in Congress. And frankly, we'll work with anybody in Congress who has good ideas about how to help our farmers. We're going to have some good legislation on this front over the next year. It's just a question of getting it over the hill, getting it to the president's signature, or to the president's desk, I should say, for his signature. Thank you. One more question.
Thank you, Vice President. Derek Tritz, Newswatch 12, and Ryan Lander. Wanted to ask about the healthcare worker shortages in several hospitals. Hospitals in Wisconsin are experiencing or are worried about the aging demographic shift. And I'm wondering what the administration will do to bolster the healthcare workforce in the coming years.
Yeah, a couple things that we see is one, you know, we're encouraging hospitals and all healthcare providers, and we're seeing some evidence of this, to use technology to your advantage, right? So if you've got, let's say, a guy who needs to see a doctor, but he can see that doctor from the comfort of his own home, doing a telehealth appointment. You know, sometimes you got to go into the doctor. Sometimes you can actually do that by just talking to the doctor at home. That we're trying to encourage because that puts less stress on some of the healthcare workers. If you can just see somebody quickly, it's in and out. You don't have to deal with all the paperwork of coming in for a doctor's visit. That's one of the ways that you relieve that stress and shortage that we see in our healthcare workforce. The other thing is that we're investing a lot to try to make sure that we meet the doctor, the nurse, the physician assistant shortage. The basic problem that we had in our country is that for a long time, we would encourage people to get like women's studies degrees in the United States of America, which, you know, maybe you need a few of those. I'm not sure how much, but what you really need is doctors. You need nurses. You need people who can work with their hands. You need people who can work on a farm. You need people who build and make things and take care of people. And our education system just really underinvested in training the next generation of healthcare workers. That's not a problem that's going to be solved overnight, but it is something we're working to solve because we want, I mean, you know, I see kids in the audience.
Now listen to this dumb fuck. What does that have to do with anything? The problem isn't that people, you know, women or whoever, young people want to major in women's studies. The problem is that number one, medical school is so fucking expensive. Number two, our K through 12 education system sucks. And education is a local issue, so that is understood. But this weird connection between who the fuck is telling people to major in women's studies? People, last I checked, kids choose their own career paths. Hopefully with their parents' guidance. Parents need to know what their kids are good at and kind of encourage and, develop. But that's a parenting issue. Blaming the lack of healthcare workers on women's studies majors is bullshit. And it might make sense to JD Vance in that shit kicker audience of his, but in reality, in the real world of people who are supposedly trained at Yale to be critical thinkers. Now, I know he's a politician, so you got to turn that critical thinking switch off when you're talking to an audience of shit kickers. But come on now.
Sure, everybody has a young person who wants to be a healthcare worker, or knows somebody in your family or your friendship circle that wants to work in healthcare. We got to make it easier for our young people to choose those careers. Unfortunately, for a very long time, we've actually made it harder for people to go into the healthcare field. We layer up those who do with debt, and we make it harder for them to join the workforce. We're trying to make it easier for people to enter the healthcare field. And in doing that, that's how you release the long-term shortage. So that's all I have. I appreciate everybody who asked a question. I'm sorry if you didn't get time to ask a question, but let me just leave you with this one final thought. So I've got 3 little kids at home, and I've got one on the way. I've got an 8-year-old, I've got a 6-year-old, I've got a 4-year-old, and Usha is pregnant with baby number 4, which we're very happy about, very proud of. Thank you. But my 8-year-old, he's gotten really into football in the last probably 3 or 4 months. Don't hold it against him. He's an Ohio State fan. That's his dad rubbing off on him. Are we Wisconsin fans here in central Wisconsin? Okay. But here's the thing. We watched over the past few days.
You know what? JD Vance does not come off as a football fan. You got any Wisconsin fans? This motherfucker trying to be like grassroots, and he comes from salt of the earth. He comes he's like what, 2nd or 3rd generation out of Appalachia. If you've ever read Hillbilly Elegy, you'll understand where I'm coming from on this. But you know what? He still doesn't. JD Vance has probably never watched a fucking Ohio. I bet he's never been to an Ohio State game.
We watched Rudy. Does everybody remember the movie Rudy, about this guy?
What the fuck does Rudy have to do? What the fuck does Rudy have to do with Ohio State? We know the story, Rudy. That's Notre Dame, fool.
Fast enough. He was 5'6", but he worked his tail end off, and he made the Notre Dame football team at really the height of Notre Dame's power. I mean, they were one of the best. They still are, but they really were one of the best football programs back in the country. And it really is just this incredible tale of a guy who believed in his dreams, who fought for those dreams, and would never give up. A classic American tale. But I was watching that movie, and I realized the 3 most important people in that movie, obviously one is Rudy, the guy who became the football player. But number 2 is Rudy's dad. And number 3 is the priest. There's a priest in the movie who sort of serves as a spiritual counselor.
Hey, Black Bear, if you care so much about me cursing at the vice president, why don't you come up here so I can curse at you instead of the vice president? The link is posted, sir. Come on up and pull up a chair and set a spell.
To Rudy, and it kind of hit me watching this movie that the American dream takes many shapes and sizes. I think all of us know that. Even among our own kids, our grandkids, our friends and family, you've got the striver. You've got the guy like Rudy who's got really big dreams, wants to play football for Notre Dame, and is going to make those big dreams happen. But you've also got a guy like Rudy's dad, a guy who just wanted to work a good job, who wanted dignified work, who wanted to raise his family and take a nice vacation every now and then. And then you had this priest who was kind of the glue that held everything together, that helped people when they were struggling, that provided counsel to people when they were down on their luck, and was empowered to be a leader in the community. And I realized watching this that when we talk about the American dream, I'm not talking about my American dream. I'm talking about your American dream. Whether you want to have a good job and raise a healthy, happy family, whether your kid wants to go off and play college football, whether you want to start a business like the one that we're standing in, whatever it is, the great thing about this country is that the American dream comes in many shapes and sizes. But here's the thing about the American dream. The government cannot give it to you for you, but the government with bad policy and bad leadership, it can destroy that American dream, whatever shape it takes in the lives of you and your children. And so I just want you to know that I'll never forget where I came from. Raised in a poor family, raised by a grandmother who would sometimes struggle to pay her prescription drugs or put food on the table and had to pick one or the other. And here I am before you, the greatest crowd in the world as the vice president of the greatest country in the world. This country is still a place of very big dreams. But I'm not going to pretend that my dream is your dream. And I just want you to know that every single day I go to work, and every single day Donald J. Trump goes to work, and we fight for the American dream for you and your family, however you define it. We would really appreciate you not sending us a bunch of crazy Democrats in November. So please don't do that. God bless you all. Thank you.
Yes, Zhang. You know, I forgot about the specials. So I know the specials. This place is coming like a ghost town. Yeah, I had a couple UB40s, probably a couple specials when I was in college, because vinyl was still a thing. When I was in college, CDs were just becoming like a thing. Like you know, the CD players in cars, for instance, you know, if you hit a bump, the CD would skip. That's how new the technology was. So I know a little bit about ska, but you know, not a whole lot. So anyway, enough of JD's thoughtness. And this picture right here, he looks like he's about to take a bite out of that robot. He looks hungry. I'm gonna take a bite out of this robot. I'm so hungry. You know, I should take a screenshot of that, but I guess I won't do that. So I do have a few news stories here. And Blackberry, you don't have to be scared. Come on up. But I will curse at who I want to curse at. And I understand. You're used to me being up on a panel with other people who can shield you from me one-on-one. You being one-on-one with me on a panel, I can understand why you might be intimidated. So respect to you, sir. You know your limitations. So let's get into some news stories here. Trump seeking executive power over elections is urged to declare emergency. Yeah, you know what? If Trump takes this bad advice, you might as well kiss the America we know goodbye. I don't even think Trump has those kind of balls. You're not going to fuck with people's elections. That would be a bad error in judgment. You know, Trump has made enough errors in judgment, but you don't want to fuck with people's votes. That's like fucking with their money.
Support is available.
An AI-generated voice. Pro-Trump activists who say they are in coordination with the White House are circulating a 17-page draft executive order that claims China interfered in the 2020 election as a basis to declare a national emergency that would unlock extraordinary presidential power over voting. President Donald Trump has repeatedly previewed a plan to mandate voter ID and ban mail ballots in November's midterm elections, and the activists expect their draft will figure into Trump's promised executive order on the issue. The White House declined to elaborate on Trump's plans. Under the Constitution, it's the legislatures and states that really control how a state conducts its elections, and the president doesn't have any power to do that, said Peter Tickton, a Florida lawyer who is advocating for the draft executive order. Tickton attended the New York Military Academy with Trump and was part of his legal team that filed an unsuccessful 2022 lawsuit accusing Democrats of conspiring to damage him, with allegations that his 2016 campaign colluded with Russia. But here we have a situation where the president is aware that there are foreign interests that are interfering in our election processes. Tickton went on. That causes a national emergency where the president has to be able to deal with it. The emergency would empower the president to ban mail ballots and voting machines as the vectors of foreign interference, Tickton argued. The idea of claiming emergency executive powers based on allegations of foreign interference attaches new significance to the administration's actions to reinvestigate the 2020 election. Trump has never accepted defeat while never finding evidence of widespread fraud. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard is leading a review of election security that officials said focuses on foreign influence. A 2021 intelligence review concluded that China considered efforts to influence the election, but did not go through with them. Tickton said he's had certain coordination with White House officials, but declined to specify, citing safety concerns. But his input has successfully led to a presidential action before. Tickton represents Tina Peters, a former Colorado County clerk imprisoned on state charges arising from breaking into voting equipment, whom Trump said he pardoned in December. The presidential pardon did not free Peters from her 9-year prison term because the president has no power over state crimes. A White House official said the staff is...
Well, you know, the funny thing about that is Trump probably didn't know he couldn't pardon state crimes. He thought because he's president, he just had general pardon powers. Dude's not even the smartest when the reporters and Trump's cabinet are in the Oval Office, Trump's not even the smartest person in the room, but he is the president, so they have to pretend that he's smart. You like that one, Black Bear? I got more Trump disses. Stay tuned. I got plenty of them.
Is regularly in communication with a variety of outside advocates who want to share their policy ideas with the president, but any speculation about his actions or announcements is just speculation. I have searched the depths of legal arguments not yet articulated or vetted on this subject and will be presenting an irrefutable one in the very near future, Trump said on social media February 13th. I will be presenting them shortly in the form of an executive order, he added the same day. Trump is pressuring Republicans to pass legislation to require proof of citizenship for voter registration and ID to cast ballots. The measure, called the Save America Act, passed the House but faces obstacles in the Senate, where Republican leaders have rejected Trump's demand to change the chamber's rules in order to move the legislation forward. President Trump is committed to ensuring that Americans have full confidence in the administration of elections, and that includes totally accurate and up-to-date voter rolls free of errors and unlawfully registered non-citizen voters. White House spokeswoman Abigail Jackson said, "The president has urged Congress to pass the SAVE Act and other legislative proposals that would establish a uniform standard of photo ID for voting, prohibit no-excuse mail-in voting."
Wait, what? Oh, my. Well, Black Bear says, next time he sees me over at CT's, we gonna have a conversation, sir. Well, hey, you're here right now, Black Bear, and the link is posted What you gotta have CT over there to protect you? Dude, you don't know how weak. I'm gonna have to fucking write this down. I'm gonna have to clip this. So you can't come and take care of business unless it's on CT's channel. You know, I respect you, Black Bear, so I'm not gonna mock you too much. But this is typical. You I know you're uncomfortable, but this is your one time to come up on the panel one-on-one with me, and you're gonna run scared over to CT's channel. Like I'm gonna fucking go like if you go over to CT's channel, I'm gonna go over to CT's channel so I can see Black Bear. What the fuck? Dude, this is hilarious. This is noted, Black Bear. And again, I'm only gonna lightly rib you over this. I'm not gonna go hard like I could go hard on this very. I like that you're deferential to me. I like that you know your limitations. So if you need CT to protect you and you're more comfortable over on CT's channel, I guess I understand. However, it doesn't matter whether it's here or whether it's over on CT's channel. I'll cut your ass off when you start sounding stupid over there too. What's going to stop me from cutting you off on CT's channel? You seen me do it on CT's channel. So I'm going to be gentle with you since it's really your first time over here. But CT should tell you that me being on CT's channel is not going to change my style. I'm not going to be more respectful. I will say the same things I say here. The one thing is, as bad as I might be, as distasteful as I might be to a lot of people in these YouTube streets, I'm consistent because I don't put on an act. But anyway, but you're always welcome to this panel, Black Bear. I don't have to curse you out. I can cut you off and not use curse words. I'm pretty good with language. So don't be shy, son. Hey, Brooklyn, what's up? Welcome back. Let's see. Well, let's get on with this news story.
And end the practice of ballot harvesting. Trump has said that if the bill fails, he will act unilaterally to impose the changes for the midterms. What that executive order could look like in the draft circulating among activists have not been previously reported. Last June, Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley, Republican, Iowa, released FBI records showing an initial tip alleging a Chinese effort to produce fraudulent driver's licenses for mail ballots. Suspicions of Chinese ballots spurred the hunt for bamboo fibers in Arizona ballots during a Republican-led audit in 2021, which reaffirmed Joe Biden's victory in the state. Gabbard recently was present when the FBI searched a warehouse in Fulton County, Georgia, to seize ballots from the 2020 election there. The affidavit submitted to obtain the search warrant, however, did not allege foreign interference. Her office also examined voting machines used in Puerto Rico, looking for cybersecurity vulnerabilities, in coordination with the FBI and the Departments of Justice and Homeland Security, according to a spokesperson for the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. That inquiry was first reported by Reuters. The stage is largely being set by the revelations coming out of foreign powers being involved in influencing the 2020 election, said Jerome Corsi, who circulated the draft executive order in July. Corsi helped spread the birtherism smear.
See how Trump can claim China had influence over the 2020 election, but back in 2016, he was all up in arms when his camp was accused of, when there was Russian tampering or the alleged election tampering, Trump is the biggest fucking hypocrite in recent memory as president. It's okay when he makes false accusations, but it's not okay when anyone else does it. Trump is going to fail. I think it's inevitable that at least the House is going to be lost. And to be honest, I almost wish that Republicans could just maintain control of all three branches for the rest of the Trump term, because sometimes you have to endure, some time out in the desert or the wilderness before, you understand exactly what MAGA and these dangerous populist movements like MAGA can be. In a way, in a perverse sort of way, I kind of want MAGA to remain in power all 4 years just to make sure after 2028 it is no more, because they are self-destructing. It's a slow spin. It's a slow, flat spin. But eventually these populist movements, and MAGA is a faux populist movement. It's really an oligarchical, the oligarchs are riding the working man's back. But people like Black Bear don't seem to understand what's going on. They just like that blind allegiance stuff. So mortgage rates fell below 6% for the first time in more than 3 years. Well, that's nice. They're still pretty high, at least in the for recent memory. Thursday, the average 30-year fixed mortgage rate fell to 5.98% for the first time since 2022. So there's some good news, but the economy is very mixed. That is score one for the Trump economy. The problem is so many people have been laid off in the last year. More layoffs in January, the month of January, I think it was, since 2009. So it's a mixed economy, which basically means a mixed economy is not a good economy. There are too many instabilities for businesses to really, plan effectively. And if you make businesses cautious, the economy is gonna basically just kind of hover. All right. Well, Trump administration pauses Medicaid funding to Minnesota. And I just saw a story, and I bet I forgot to clip it. In response to the Trump administration suspending Medicaid funding to Minnesota, Tim Walz just talked about a anti-fraud bill in the state house. Let me see if I can find that right quick. And if I can't find it, that's fine. It's not like that big a deal. Yeah, well, Tim Walz is proposing an anti-fraud bill. Now, I will have to say, for someone, to me, and this is Monday morning quarterbacking what's going on in Minnesota and with the Trump administration. Tim Walz should have headed this stuff off at the pass. And I don't know that the Trump administration could actually halt Medicare funding. That would probably wind up in court. It's not the executive branch's job to decide to fund. their job is to do the will of Congress. So we need a Congress with some balls, and probably we do need to, get the MAGA cancer cut out of Congress, but that's a long time coming. So, not that this will matter much because the damage has been done in a lot of cases. Trump administration's third country deportation policy unlawful. Well, wow, that's about a year too late. The ruling could make it more difficult for the government to send migrants to countries that are not their own. This will be appealed, and the Trump administration is going to get its way on this. I can pretty much predict that. Now, this actually kind of surprised me. What Americans think about Trump's judgment on military force as Iran talks resume. A new AP NORC poll, and I forget what NORC stands for. It's some think tank, I think. This actually kind of surprised me. Let's see here. Let me pause this if I can. Damn it. There we go. So let's listen to this video. I don't know why it's not letting me control it. There we go.
As a threat, according to a new AP NORC poll that comes as military tensions are building between the United States and Iran. 48% of U.S. adults say they are extremely or very concerned that Iran's nuclear program poses a direct threat to the United States. At the same time that tensions build, a majority of U.S. adults don't have a high level of trust in President Donald Trump when it comes to his judgment on using military force abroad. Only 27% of U.S. adults say they have either a great deal or quite a bit of trust in Trump when it comes to when to use military force overseas. About 2 in 10 say they have a moderate amount of trust, and 56% say they have only a little or no trust at all on this issue. There are similarly low levels of trust when it comes to Trump's judgment on things like relationships with U.S. adversaries and the possible use of nuclear weapons. The poll was conducted February 19th through the 23rd among more than 1,100 U.S. adults. Many Americans.
I think they could have picked someone with a little bit more gravitas, but basically, I don't know. Americans don't trust Trump, but they're letting him do it. In my opinion, Trump got elected, so it doesn't really matter whether they trust him or not. That die is cast. I do know that most people don't want to go to war with Iran. So in the oddest story I've seen this week, Florida boat in gunfight had Cuban nationals intent on infiltration, Cuba says. So apparently 4 people and 6 others wounded after Cuban border troops engaged in a gunfight near the island's coast. The Cuban Interior Ministry said. So there's some like Cuban nationals who were trying to do a Bay of Pigs. It's a Florida registered boat, a 24-foot Proline motorboat built in 1981. Capacity of 8 to 10 people, and there were 10 people aboard. So what the fuck? So people tried to attack Cuba in a 24-foot like pleasure boat? Yeah, I don't know what to make of this story other than, boy, that is odd. This didn't even work out to be the Bay of Pigs. All right, so let's see. What else is going on in this Trump administration? Boy, howdy. So FBI fires agents who worked on Trump classified document investigation. So these people got fired for doing their job? Interesting. The FBI fired at least 10 agents involved in investigations into President Trump's handling of classified documents and related matters. The personnel terminations are part of a broader purge led by FBI Director Kash Patel, the Trump appointee, targeting employees linked to investigations of Trump or considered misaligned with the administration's agenda. The FBI Agents Association condemned the firings as unlawful, stating they weaken the Bureau by removing critical expertise and undermining trust and leadership. Well, let me tell you something. The whole point of Trump's appointing incompetent people into the Department of Justice is to break it. That's really his whole goal. He doesn't want it to work. This dude is pissed off at the U.S. government. He didn't like, that the Biden Justice Department pursued the actual crimes he was committing. He's lashing out. He's weakening the Justice Department by design. And if that's not obvious, he doesn't care. He just wants it. He wants it weakened. It is. I've heard people say that Donald Trump's real vendetta is against the U.S. government. And there's a whole strain of the right that really, if they can't get rid of the government, what they do is denature it. They defang it. So, hey, the education department, we can't get rid of it. We're just gonna fire 2/3 of its employees so it can't do shit anymore. That's pretty much what's happening with the Justice Department. It's pretty much what's happening, and the FBI works for the Justice Department, is a part of the Justice Department. They won't be able to attract top talent anymore. Nobody will want to work for the Justice Department probably for the next 20 years. Thanks, Trump. And what he doesn't understand is when you start fucking with things like the FBI and the Justice Department, what Trump is doing to the Justice Department is an actual national security issue. What he's doing to the State Department.
I'll work for the Justice Department for free, motherfucker.
Do not interrupt. If you interrupt, I'll put you in the back. You'll get your turn. What Trump is doing is basically his personal vendetta to take the government out before he goes. It's readily apparent. You cannot be firing, years worth of FBI experience unintentionally. He brought Kash Patel in. Kash Patel should have fucking been gone. He should have been gone 6 months ago. Trump is going to keep him there. He's going to keep Pam Bondi there. He's going to keep Hegseth there. Kristi Noem, her ass should have been fired for the debacle in Minneapolis. It was blatantly mishandled, but she's still there. The incompetence is actually the game.
Yeah, I know you've been wishing.
Okay, I don't know why you're over talking me. You can wait, I'm sure. Let me finish, please. So, incompetence and cruelty is the point. You denature the government to a point to where That's the actual national security issue. As a matter of fact, I wonder if Trump might not be a Russian or Chinese agent. He's he's intentionally fucking up this government.
You're a funny
and
motherfucker.
he's getting rich while he does it. Now, what do
I know
you have to say?
funnier motherfuckers than you, though. You ain't that
Well,
funny.
you need to go to their panels.
Well, I thought you were pretty funny there for a minute.
Oh, I'm
until
actually
you
serious.
wasn't.
I'm making jokes, but I'm serious. Trump was he talked the whole summer of 2024 about how the Justice Department was weaponized. He's had a problem with Comey. He's had a problem with Christopher Wray. Trump has a problem with the FBI, and he has a problem with the Justice Department. And
What do
his
you mean?
goal. Okay, I'm not gonna.
Trump controls the FBI.
You either
what the
know.
fuck are you
That's
talking
exactly. That's exactly. He controls it, and he is dismantling it.
Yeah, the losers
He
that
is
are in there.
dismantling. He is dismantling the Justice Department too.
The donut eating fat asses that are in there doing nothing. He's getting rid of them.
I'm sorry.
You're right.
I'm sorry to tell you this right now, but the Justice Department, the Defense Department, and arguably the Department of Homeland Security, those three agencies are essential to national security. And Trump isn't smart enough to know.
Democrats don't give a fuck about that.
Trump isn't smart enough to know that his little vendetta is going to fuck this country up. Trump doesn't understand what national security is, and neither does Pete Hegseth, for that matter. So if you see, the other thing is automatically you go, I'm talking about the present administration, and your reflex is to go talk about Democrats. When you do that, it just lets me know that you either are too afraid to criticize this Trump administration or you're as stupid as they are. Which is it, 12th man?
It's that you're too stupid to realize that Democrats don't care about TSA agents or none of these black people that actually scan people for airports all the time and
Well,
all
wait,
that.
did you
to
say,
keep
wait,
us
hold it.
safe.
Wait,
They
hold
don't
on.
give a
Hold on. See, now the racist comes out. So did you just say that Democrats don't care about the black people scanning people at the airports? Can you clarify that?
Yeah, I can clarify it because, like, they're working without pay, and that's what
So the black
Democrats
people,
like.
the
They
black
like
people,
people.
so the
They
black
like
people
people.
scanning, the
Hold on,
black people
Stanley.
scanning at the airports aren't getting
Yeah,
paid. The
they're
black
not
people,
getting paid because
the black people.
Democrats love
Well, is
slavery.
is the
You
TSA
love
a black?
slavery,
Is the
man.
TSA a black
You
job?
love
Is the TSA a black job? Don't overtalk me, son.
people
Is the
working for free.
TSA a black job?
No, it's not. But there's a
Well, then
lot of
why
black
are you
people working.
concentrating? Why are you concentrating on the black people scanning
There's a
people
lot
at
of
the
black
airport?
people working
Okay,
for
dude, I
free.
will put your ass in the back if you can't observe conversational
You
norms.
never let me talk, Stanley.
I don't give a fuck whether you talk, but I do give a fuck if you do. You need to answer my questions. You said the TSA is not a black job, correct?
That's right.
Then why are you talking about black people scanning at the airport that the Democrats don't care about? Are there not white people scanning, or
Because
is
they
it just
don't.
do you
Well,
only care about black TSA
well,
workers?
okay. Let me restructure that then.
Well,
You want
motherfucker, why are you restructuring? I think you said what you meant the first time.
no, you want people working for
No,
free.
what I
That's
want,
why you shut
is
the
for you. I
government
want you
down
to speak
because
your
you
mind.
love slavery.
I think when you talk about black
You
people
want
standing at
people
the
working for
airport,
free.
and then you start talking about slavery, I think that's your actual meaning. You worry about the
Stanley,
black people. You worry
Stanley,
about the black people working for the TSA,
yeah,
which
I
is a
worry
black
about black
job, and
people
the
working for
Democrats don't
free.
care. Your point was that Democrats don't care about black jobs, right?
They don't, or they would
Okay, so you
not be
think there are
shutting down.
so you think that there are actually black jobs?
There are
Oh,
black
so
jobs, white jobs, all
there
kind
are
of jobs.
jobs designated. There are jobs designated that
Democrat,
only black people should be doing. Is that what you're
hold
saying?
on, Stanley.
Oh, no.
Democrats,
I'm going to take your words and I'm going to make you own them.
Democrats want you to
Okay,
work for
motherfucker,
free.
do not
That's
stray
why
from
they
my
shut
point.
down
I
the government.
asked you a question. So you think that black jobs are jobs that are basically the kinds of jobs black people should be doing, correct? And the
Well, a
TSA
lot
is one
of
of them.
government jobs are
Okay, so
mostly
government
black.
jobs are
So, yeah.
government jobs are black jobs.
A lot of them, yes, it's proven.
Okay, well then you know what? Now you don't have to wonder. When I call you a racist, you have earned the title.
And you shut them down. You like to shut the government down.
The black jobs
You
that
want
the
them
government
working
provides,
for
the
free.
black jobs that the government provides, the Democrats don't care about them, except it was
I want them
Republicans.
joining
It was
unions.
MAGA who laid off all the black jobs.
No, it wasn't. That's a
Yeah,
lie.
it was. Tell
That's a bullshit lie.
me that 300,000 black jobs weren't eliminated.
Where?
Okay, dude, you're pretending to be
Which
dumb.
department?
Just chalk it up to you
Which
being like,
department,
I will chalk
Stanley?
it up to you being rip roaring drunk and
Come
out of
on,
your mind.
Stanley.
So you can't
So you
comprehend
can't
where I'm
answer it.
going with this.
Okay.
Dude, Trump got rid of a bunch of black jobs.
Where?
Yeah, okay. Now you're pretending to be dumb. Okay, let's move
You're
on.
okay with Democrats shutting down
Fuck what
black jobs.
See, what you don't want to do is own your own words. So let's get this straight.
You're okay with Democrats.
You think that government jobs are black jobs, but you can't, now that you put yourself in that rhetorical trap, you can't own up that Trump got rid of a bunch of black jobs. See, you're not even bright enough to know where I'm leading you by the nose. So TSA, the Democrats don't care about a bunch of black people scanning for the TSA at the airports. And then I ask you, do you believe in black jobs? And you say, yeah, you pretty much believe in black jobs. So I ask you, are government jobs black jobs? And you said for the most part. And then I ask you, well, didn't Trump lay a whole bunch of government workers off? They're black jobs, according to you. So all I'm saying is that Trump is a racist. If he fired a bunch of black people who were working, by the way, and you're okay with that, then both of you are racists. Now can I move
you're
on?
talking about like the Department of Education and all that, or What
Those are black
exactly are we
jobs, right?
talking
Those
about?
are black jobs,
A
right?
lot of them are. Yeah, a lot
Okay,
of
well
them
then if a
are.
lot of them are, they don't exist anymore because your buddy Trump got rid of a bunch of black jobs.
I bet you they got another job.
I'm not betting anything. I don't care. What I do care about is that this place, my channel has become like a cradle for fucking racists. And I am
I'm
concerned
not a
about that.
racist, Stanley.
Oh, fuck yeah, you are. You and your president. Black jobs.
Well, it's true that if
Yeah.
you look up
It's
the
true.
studies,
It's
Stanley,
true. It's true that there are black jobs. Gotcha.
like 60% of government jobs are held by black people.
So that
It's a
makes them
fact.
black jobs. These are jobs that white people have never done, right?
That includes police officers, medics,
Okay, I don't give a fuck what it includes. I
nurses,
asked you.
and all
See,
kinds of
you
people.
want to filibuster. So the government is full of black jobs. That's why Trump was so eager to get rid of all those jobs. He just wanted to get rid of some black jobs. I got it now. So let's move on.
That's not what I said, Stanley.
Well, no, it's what you implied. It's what I inferred. So judges
You're
grow
an
angry
asshole,
over.
motherfucker.
Well, you know what? You're my little racist friend. So judges grow angry over Trump administration violating their orders. I think the lower court judges are just going to have to eat it. Trump does not care. As a matter of fact, these federal judges, Trump is treating these lower court federal judgeships like they're black jobs. Let's see. This I never thought about it, but U.S. will not allow Venezuelan government to pay Maduro's legal fees. So we have so much control over Venezuela that we can tell them how they're going to spend their money. So Venezuela, I suspect, is going to be the 51st or 52nd state. They are a vassal state. Wow. And nobody's saying shit about this. That is what's amazing. We have acquired a whole country and its government, and I can tell you right now, we are not good at running other countries, and I shudder to think what the outcome is going to be. Because again, Trump has hired a bunch of third-rate operators. They're going to fuck Venezuela up. That's pretty much how it's going to be. So Mamdani and Trump are set to meet in Washington, and no one knows why.
Again?
The topics Mamdani planned to discuss with President Trump are not immediately clear. Here, let's listen to this.
Mamdani and Trump are set to meet in Washington. This article is by Dana Rubenstein, Sally Goldenberg, Nicholas Fandos, and Tyler Pager, and read by an automated voice. Mayor Zoran Mamdani of New York City made an unannounced trip to Washington on Thursday to meet with President Trump, according to 4 people familiar with his plans. Mr. Mamdani did not put the meeting on his public schedule, but after this article was published, a spokeswoman for Mr. Mamdani confirmed that it would take place. The White House did not immediately comment. The mayor and several of his top advisors flew to Washington Thursday morning. The meeting was scheduled for 1 p.m., according to 2 of the people familiar with the plans. Though the agenda was not entirely clear, 2 of the people said it would focus in part on building housing in New York City, where Mr. Trump first made his name in real estate. The New York Post first reported that Mr. Mamdani was traveling to Washington, though it did not say why. Mr. Trump and Mr. Mamdani have established an unexpectedly amicable relationship despite vast political differences, and have found common ground on issues pertaining to land use in New York. The mayor and the president first met in November after Mr. Mamdani won the mayoral election. Though the mayor, a Democratic socialist, and Mr. Trump, a hard-right Republican, come from wildly distinct ends of the political spectrum, they exhibited a surprising level of good feeling during the meeting. At the time, the president expressed optimism about Mr. Mamdani's mayoralty, and Mr. Mamdani voiced appreciation for the president's willingness to discuss areas of overlapping concern. During his State of the Union address on Tuesday, Mr. Trump said he spoke often to Mr. Mamdani and described him as a nice guy, even if he embraced bad policy. He also criticized New York City's use of volunteer emergency shovelers to help clean up after this week's snowstorm. The city asked the shovelers to provide two forms of identification, a federal requirement that Republicans who support voter identification laws have nevertheless seized on as evidence of hypocrisy. For his part, Mr. Mamdani has largely avoided directly criticizing Mr. Trump, who wields substantial control over federal funding streams that New York relies on. One deviation from that stance came in January, after the U.S. military's capture of Nicolas Maduro, the Venezuelan leader, which Mr. Mamdani described as an act of war and a violation of federal and international law. Mr. Mamdani also called Mr. Trump to express his objections at the time, a move that was said to have annoyed the president. This is a developing story. Check back for updates. Jeffrey C. Mays contributed, reporting.
Well, I guess we will find out what that was all about. Let's see. This actually made me laugh. Man arrested in New York snowball fight that police said injured officers. The incident, which began as a playful event, shifted in tone when the police appeared. Mayor Zoran Mamdani said it did not appear to be a crime, while other officials called for arrests.
Man arrested in New York snowball fight that police said injured officers. This article is by Maya Coleman and read by an automated voice. The police on Thursday arrested a 27-year-old man in connection with the striking of two police officers with snow and ice.
They were putting stones and pieces of ice in the snowballs and attacking NYPD with things like that. It was not a simple snowball fight. Carry on.
Were you there?
I seen it.
Okay, I asked, were you there?
Did you watch it?
No, I didn't watch it and have no plans to watch it, but I'm just playing the story.
Yeah, so you didn't watch it.
No, and you weren't you do realize that you watching it doesn't mean shit. You weren't there.
I watched those little punks.
I don't care. You were not there. See, you're used to dealing with other channels apparently who take this fucking third-hand bullshit, who take YouTube videos and act like that's the gospel truth. Dude, you weren't there.
So you're okay with
you are a goddamn spectator, just like everybody else. All I'm gonna do is make people aware. Yeah, you better fucking get it, because your word doesn't mean any more than mine. Neither of us were there.
I watched it. You didn't
I
even
don't
watch
care. You were not there.
Then
it's
why
not the
did
same.
you play fucking thing about it?
Apparently, you get so drunk that what you watch, you just kind of imagine you're actually there. That's not how it works.
No.
Just because you watch a video does not make you a first-hand witness. They're not gonna.
watched
They're
them
not gonna
assault
call you.
police
They're not
officers.
gonna call you to the witness stand to testify what you
I
saw on
watched
YouTube.
them motherfuckers assault police
They are
officers.
not going to call 12th man to the
You're
witness
all good
stand
with
to
that.
testify.
You're all
Well,
good
tell
with
us,
assaulting
12th
police.
man,
Got it.
tell us, 12th man, what did you see on that YouTube video? Can you describe the scene for us?
I watched degenerates attacking police. That's what I seen.
You were not there.
They should have been arrested.
You were not there. Your opinion is just another opinion like everybody else's asshole in this
You
case.
don't treat the police like that.
You weren't there. You don't know how the police were treated.
Yes, I'd seen it.
You didn't see it. You weren't there.
It was on video, you stupid
Okay, video
motherfucker.
is not. You watched
Oh,
a video.
so
You
video
watched
is
a
not
video.
real now.
See, goddamn,
Video
dude,
is
you
not
cannot
real.
argue. You cannot argue with stupidity. Okay, you
Video
saw
is
a.
not real.
You saw
Okay.
a video. You did not see it firsthand. There's a difference.
I've seen the actual video of
You
people
seen the
assaulting
actual
police.
video, but you didn't see the actual event.
Look like little stupid people that
Dude,
never
you
had their ass
seriously,
kicked
dude,
as a
you
kid.
seriously, you don't surprise me after these couple years. Okay, you obviously are not good at or trained to think critically. You seeing a video really doesn't mean anything. You can't
so
say, you
if I
cannot
see
say,
someone,
you cannot say whether a crime was committed or not. You were
so
not in seeing
is the
a video.
difference?
God damn it, dude. I will not be talked over. Seeing a video is not an eyewitness account. Period.
Okay.
There can be no comparison. They won't be calling you to the witness stand.
During a snowball fight in Washington Square Park earlier this week, the latest twist in an escalating political fight. The man, Guzmane Coulibaly, was taken into custody on Thursday morning and charged with assaulting the officers, according to the police. The department was still
Good.
seeking 3 other men, 2 of them believed to be between the ages of 18 and 20, who were also wanted for assault. The arrest 3 days after the episode in the park marked a new escalation in the saga, which has fiercely divided New Yorkers and lawmakers and has prompted an early split between Mayor Zoran Mamdani and his police commissioner, Jessica Tisch. The episode began as a giant, citywide snowball fight social media creators organized in celebration of the blizzard that pummeled the city on Sunday and Monday, closing schools and keeping many commuters home from work. But the gathering soon escalated when several police officers, called to control the crowd, walked in and were pelted with snowballs and large packs of snow. The fight was captured in several videos, which show the officers walking through the park, at first apparently chuckling as a few snowballs sail at them, but later becoming tense as more and larger snowballs continue to fly at their necks and faces. Another video shows the officers retreating to their cars outside the park as a large group of what appears to be teenagers chases after them, whooping and tossing snowballs. The officers largely do not appear to engage with the snowball throwers, but 2 officers can be seen shoving people into the snowbanks as the officers run toward a bathroom. The police said 2 officers were later taken to a nearby hospital with injuries to their necks and faces. Hours after the video surfaced on Monday, Commissioner Tisch called the behavior disgraceful and criminal, and said detectives were investigating the episode. She was joined by a chorus of lawmakers, police union representatives, and critics of the mayor, who condemned the behavior as aggressive and in some cases illegal. Mr. Mamdani, for his part, on Tuesday morning praised the police for their work during the blizzard and exhorted New Yorkers to be respectful. But later that afternoon, he broke with the commissioner, saying the situation appeared to be little more than a snowball fight and that he did not believe anyone should be charged. As the political saga played out in news conferences and on X on Tuesday and Wednesday, a torrent of memes and social media posts surfaced online, mocking the police office's outrage and criticizing them for spoiling the fun. It was unclear on Thursday if the Manhattan District Attorney's Office would proceed with charges against Mr. Coulibaly or any others who could be arrested, but the arrest had already begun generating praise from the city's police unions on social media. Mr. Coulibaly has been previously arrested in New York City in connection with an attempted robbery in the transit system, the police said. He pleaded not guilty earlier in February to charges of robbery, petty larceny, and harassment, and was released on his own recognizance, court records show.
He better be careful. That's a foreign sounding last name. He might wind up deported.
Assaulting a police officer is a felony in Alaska.
Yeah, nobody really cares about your opinion, you armchair cop.
That's what it should be down there.
Yeah, all based on a YouTube video. Thank you, witness. You may step down from the witness
You just
stand.
read the report.
You may step
Those
down from the witness stand.
Are facing jail time. I hope they get it.
They're not facing shit. So let us move on.
One day.
That's
what you support anarchism, Stanley. You love anarchism.
You know what? You have a real
problem.
You and your ilk have a real. I don't know why people go up on panels and attempt to engage in debate when they have no idea how to do it. This habit of telling people what they think or putting words in their mouth, it doesn't do the heavy lifting you think it does. It just makes you look childish.
Well,
so,
if you balk at the law, which you obviously do, you love these
how is it obvious?
police.
Okay, motherfucker, you're just gonna blather on endlessly. How is it obvious to you?
It's okay with you.
How is it obvious?
How
is it obvious to you, 12 man?
And send them to the emergency room.
How is it obvious? How is anything I do or my attitude towards this snowball fight, how is it obvious to you?
That you're an anarchist, man. You're okay with little kids.
You know what? You sound like a typical mindless MAGA deplorable. No thought put into what comes out of your mouth.
And your little brats running around out there assaulting police are the good people, right?
Dude, how are they my brats? How are they my brats? How are they my brats?
Can't even control your kids,
again, this is just that MAGA mindless bullshit. Trying to get a little bit of purchase as you climb up that logic. You're trying to climb the rock wall of logic, and anywhere you can get a little bit of purchase, you're going to try and lift up that argument. Dude, I don't give a fuck about the snowball fight. It's just a news story. I don't live in New York City.
I don't either, but you're okay with the salt.
You don't live in New York City, but
right?
you're all in your feelings, telling me I'm an anarchist and all this shit. Dude, you sound sad.
Well, you're okay with all that.
I don't live in New York. You don't live in New York, but you're all in your feelings over this story. Why is that, 12
You're
man?
you're okay with law
do you
breaking.
have
Just
do you
admit
have
it.
cabin fever?
What is that?
You don't know what cabin fever is?
No, not really.
Okay, well, Google it. I'm not going to go into the psychology of it. All right, so immigration agents arrest student inside Columbia building, school says. Claire Shipman, the
All right.
university's acting president, said that federal officials had misrepresented themselves to gain access. Yeah, they just said they were something else instead of identifying themselves as some sort of law enforcement. But guess what? Columbia student arrested by ICE in a university building is released. Federal officials had misrepresented themselves to gain access, according to the university. Mayor Zohran Mamdani said President Trump had told him the student would be let go because they fucked up, is why. This is exactly what I mean. The Trump administration has hired like third and fourth rate operators. Dude, they can't even fucking arrest like illegal aliens right. So they got
Calm down, Stanley. God damn it.
Excuse me. All this laughing at the Trump administration's incompetence is just kind of making me laugh too hard. Dude, this is just pathetic. So let's play a little bit of this story.
Columbia student arrested by ICE in a university building is released. This article is by Sharon Otterman and read by an automated voice. Federal Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents entered a residential building owned by Columbia University early Thursday morning and detained an undergraduate student. The school said in a letter to the campus that the agents had conducted the operation under false pretenses. Claire Shipman, the university's acting president, said in the letter that the immigration officers appeared to gain access by saying that they were searching for a missing person. A state assemblyman said that he had been told by university officials that the federal agents presented themselves as police department officers to convince a building superintendent to let them in. The case quickly escalated to the highest political levels. Mayor Zohran Mamdani said he had brought up the student's detention during a meeting with President Trump in Washington on Thursday. Just after 3 p.m., Mr. Mamdani said on social media that President Trump had informed him that the student would be released imminently. The student, Elmina Agayeva, posted on Instagram at about 3:45 p.m. that she had been released. The university is relieved and thrilled that our student, Ellie, has been released from detainment, Columbia posted on social media shortly afterward. Earlier Thursday, federal officials had confirmed the arrest of the student by ICE agents in a statement. ICE arrested Elmina Agayeva, an illegal alien from Azerbaijan whose student visa was terminated in 2016 under the Obama administration for failing to attend classes. The statement from the parent agency of ICE, the Department of Homeland Security, said, "The building manager and her roommate let officers into the apartment. She has no pending appeals or applications with DHS." Friends of Ms. Agayeva identified her by a slightly different first name, Ellie, and said that she was a senior in the university's School of General Studies, majoring in neuroscience and political science. They said that she had been taken from her Columbia-owned apartment on West 121st Street, according to a statement her friends released to a faculty organization, the American Association of University Professors. To call attention to her arrest, Ms. Agayeva posted a photo on her Instagram story Thursday morning showing her in the back of a vehicle with the caption, "DHs illegally arrested me. Please help." She has more than 100,000 followers on Instagram.
Wow.
Her arrest punctured months of relative calm on Columbia's campus and appeared to be the first incursion by immigration police into a university building in nearly a year. Mahmoud Khalil, who had finished his coursework at Columbia and was about to graduate, was detained in the lobby of his university-owned apartment building in March 2025. Ms. Shipman said that Ms. Agayeva's arrest had taken place at about 6:30 a.m. and that the university was working to reach her family and provide legal support. Court documents show that a lawyer for Ms. Agayeva filed an emergency petition in Manhattan Federal Court on Thursday, requesting her release from detention.
Well, I can tell you right now, she better be packing. Unless she's gotten that student visa taken care of.
Packing a what, Stanley?
A bag.
A bag?
Because, yeah, basically she's been released on a technicality. They basically didn't follow procedure, but they're probably right to deport her.
Yeah, we have a
The only
whole...
reason that she's being released is the gross violation by ICE. And this is what I mean by incompetence. Look, the goal is worthy. The methods are sloppy and sometimes deadly. These guys could have probably gotten a warrant or whatever they needed. If they had just taken an extra step or two, this probably would have never made the newspapers, and she probably would be on her way back to Azerbaijan or wherever it is she's from. These guys are sloppy and incompetent.
Well, you can't miss your court date, Stanley.
Okay, you
Especially-
don't seem to have understood a fucking word I said. The court date has nothing to do. I'm saying she's probably here illegally. I'm saying they could have probably done this had they done the right thing. They fucked up the arrest, so the method was the problem, not the intention, not the end. Trump has hired a bunch of incompetent people into his administration, and they can't get a simple like deportation process started without making the New York Times. They're incompetent.
No, they can't even get as many deported as Obama. I agree. It's a joke, man.
So the
And
last
Obama
of the
got
news.
more.
I'm sorry,
Obama
what?
got more. Obama got more deported. I mean, can we
Well,
get
you want to
him
know
back
why?
as president?
You want to know why?
You're
Because
gonna tell me anyway.
Well, because Obama's about 8 times smarter than Trump. He's classier, knows how to work with people, and he had, people, whether you agree with their politics or not, he had Nobel Prize winners working in his administration, and they knew how to get shit done. Whether you agreed with what they were doing or their ends, at least they knew how to get shit done. That's why.
Well, I say ICE needs to put the foot on the gas.
No, I
That's what
say
they need
ICE.
to do.
ICE. As a matter of fact, I didn't talk about it yesterday. ICE. There's a whistleblower that's been testifying before the House. He's a lawyer that volunteered to be an instructor. He pretty much kind of confirmed what everybody suspected. They're taking shortcuts in this ICE training. And
Good.
No, it's not good. It's getting people killed. It's getting American citizens killed.
Don't get in the way if you don't want to get
it's
killed.
getting simple arrests reversed at the presidential level.
Fuck
That's
out of
how-
the way if you don't want to get killed.
Okay, hey, dumb fuck. This drunken bravado, it works on other panels. It doesn't work here. I don't give a fuck about the beating your chest. I do care that we have dummies working for the president.
I'm not on another panel, Stanley.
The fuck around. Well, you probably need to be, okay? Because this, oh, good. You're not sticking to my point, which is Trump is incompetent and it's showing. His seams are showing. People are arresting people who I would agree, it doesn't look like she should be here. She looks like she's here illegally, and these two Keystone cops made an arrest illegally. That's why she's being released. They have given her. See, let me help your dumb ass out.
Did you call him a Keystone cop, Stanley?
Hold on one sec. Let me help all the MAGA dupes out. Here is what has happened with this one particular case. I'm pretty sure she's here illegally, at least from what I scanned in the newspaper article. She was married to an American citizen, but they have separated. I read that her student visa appears to have lapsed, etc., etc. I think, yeah, they should probably pick her up. But when they went to pick her up, they misrepresented their authority. That's what got her out. Now here's the deal. Now she has time. She has public sympathy. She has all these followers on her TikTok or Instagram or whatever it was. They have given her public sympathy. Okay, she's probably going to lawyer up. Somebody's probably going to do it pro bono. And now we're going to have to spend more tax dollars, trying to get her out of the country just because these two ICE yahoos couldn't do the arrest right.
Well,
It is sad. It is sad. It is sad that the Trump administration is wasting money on incompetence.
Well, they got $80 billion.
Even when ICE is getting the right people, they can't even fucking get the right people out without costing headlines. I guarantee you, she's gonna be here 10 years from now because there's gonna be enough red tape.
Well, Stanley, can I ask you a
don't
question,
interrupt when I'm
Stanley?
talking. Enough. Trump's
Can I ask you a question, Stanley?
When I'm done, of course you can. Trump's cock-ups are costing the taxpayer money. Now, what's your question?
Well, one thing I don't like that Trump and ICE is doing is buying all these warehouses for like storing human beings or whatever. If we're deporting them, hold on, Stanley. Like if we're deporting them, why do we need all these warehouses? It just don't make any
do you want me
sense.
to tell you why? Do you want me to tell you why?
Sure,
Do you want to ask?
I want your opinion why, of course.
Because they're incompetent.
If they're being deported, then what the fuck is the problem?
Listen to what I just said. They are incompetent. When these today's example is two ICE agents couldn't even make probably a good arrest because they just cocked up the procedure. That's why they need storage space for human beings, because they can't just arrest and deport. They have to fuck up the arrest, which puts all this in court. Dude, they're incompetent.
Well, some Republicans stand up against them and against all these warehouses.
Okay, They
if
gotta
they're
have
illegal,
they got to
they
have somewhere to hide the people that they are arresting illegally. Any
well,
other?
there has to be
I hope
somebody
I
to
answered your
stand up
question.
against. Yeah.
I
Hope
hope I
somebody
answered your
stands
question.
up against that shit because,
Oh,
like,
nobody.
I'll
Hey,
be
MAGA's. You think MAGA's gonna stand up? MAGA wants those warehouses.
for what? If we're
The fuck do you
deporting
mean for
them,
what? I literally just explained that all the cock-ups arresting people, they literally have given this woman a court case.
but she's not in a warehouse. She's free,
Oh,
right?
she's gonna be. Do you think they're not gonna try and arrest her again? Properly this time? That's why I'm saying she needs to pack a bag. She needs to pack
What?
her belongings because they are going to arrest her. They just couldn't get it right the first time. If she is actually here illegally, and from what I gather, there's a chance she is, they're not going to let this go. So they're going to need somewhere to store her. And the problem is, this is just one that made the newspapers. I can only imagine how many cock-ups a day that Trump's ICE makes. They need the warehouse space. If they were deporting people efficiently, you're right, they wouldn't. They're fucking up. That's why they need all this quote storage space.
Then you gotta feed them and clean up after them and all that shit every day.
Do you now understand?
Fuck that.
Trump's incompetence is costing the taxpayer money.
Why can't you just get them out instead of buying
Because
warehouses and
they
shit?
are incompetent.
Obama did it. Why can't they do
Okay,
it?
because
Jesus
Obama
Christ.
was smarter. He was more competent. All right, so Neanderthal males and human females had babies together, ancient DNA reveals. They were probably kidnapping them. This is like these Neanderthal males were the original manosphere, I bet. Damn it.
Support is available.
Pairings tended to follow a distinct pattern. Neanderthal dads and moms who were Homo sapiens, the same as modern humans. Since 2010, scientists have known that Neanderthals and our ancestors had offspring together, and those hybrid babies passed down their genes to many present-day people. But the idea of archaic introgression, episodes when ancient species of humans interbred and exchanged genes, remained somewhat distant and abstract. A new study published Thursday in the journal Science begins to give clues about how two closely related human species behaved when they interacted. Scientists at the University of Pennsylvania examined Neanderthal DNA and modern human DNA to find evidence that couplings between these species followed the same parental pattern over interbreeding events separated by 200,000 years. What I thought was really cool was that we might be able to infer something about social behavior in these ancient populations, said Sarah Tishkoff, an evolutionary geneticist at Penn who led the work. DNA can't spell out the context of how or why Neanderthal males had children with modern human females. The researchers put forward mate preference as a plausible reason for the genetic patterns, a scientific term that could encompass a wide range of scenarios, from sexual coercion or violence to peaceful voluntary couplings. Their genetic model also allows for the possibility that male Neanderthals relocated into human populations to account for the genetic patterns. A big question is, what was happening when these species came into contact with each other? And what was happening at an individual and community level? said Sohini Ramachandran, a human population geneticist at Brown University who called the new study clever. The understudied X chromosome. Since scientists reconstructed the Neanderthal genome from ancient DNA samples in 2010, it has been known that people with non-African ancestry can trace a fraction of their genome to Neanderthal ancestors. That's because a population of Homo sapiens left Africa and lived alongside Neanderthals in Eurasia, interbreeding for an extended period between 45,000 and 49,000 years ago. But there are also Neanderthal deserts in the human genome, areas that have less than expected amounts of Neanderthal DNA. One particularly well-known Neanderthal desert is on the X chromosome, one of the sex chromosomes, which determine people's biological sex. Females have 2 X chromosomes, and males have an X and Y chromosome. We knew there was something special about the X chromosome, that modern humans had lost or did not have much at all Neanderthal ancestry in their X chromosome. But we were unable to resolve why that is, said Alexander Platt, an evolutionary geneticist at Penn and part of the research team. One possibility is that the paucity of Neanderthal DNA on the human X chromosome reflected an imbalance in couplings between the two species, with a dominant pairing of Neanderthal males and Homo sapiens females. Another was that over time, evolution favored X chromosomes without Neanderthal DNA, and over the years, the Neanderthal genetic contribution was simply lost. The scientists did analyses to predict how each scenario would play out. They analyzed Neanderthal genomes to see how much human ancestry they had on their X chromosomes, and human genomes from modern populations in sub-Saharan Africa, including hunter-gatherers, to test their models. They were able to rule out that evolution led to the lack of Neanderthal DNA on the X chromosome, and instead found evidence to support the idea of a strong sex bias in mating. The same pattern, Neanderthal males mating with human females, was apparent in the Neanderthal genome too. Scientists have speculated for over a decade on what causes this difference on the X chromosome, said Joshua Akey, a professor at Princeton University's Lewis Sigler Institute for Integrative Genomics who was not involved in the work. This is a fascinating and provocative hypothesis. I find it extraordinary that we can use genome sequences to infer social dynamics that occurred tens to hundreds of thousands of years ago. Neanderthal-human hybrids. Much remains mysterious about how Neanderthals and modern humans interacted. But the genetic evidence has built the case that interbreeding events were not a single episode or a short period of contact, but occurred over thousands of years. Last summer, a team of researchers published a study in the journal L'Anthropology, reanalyzing the 140,000-year-old skull of a child thought to have died somewhere between ages 3 and 5 years old at Skull Cave in Israel. After CT scanning the skull, the research team argued that the child had features of both Neanderthals and Homo sapiens, and proposed that it was a hybrid. Israel Hershkovitz, a professor in the Department of Anatomy and Anthropology at Tel Aviv University, and one of the leaders of that work, said that the new study adds to a body of already substantial evidence that supports the idea that there was a sex bias in these ancient interbreeding events between Neanderthals and modern humans. Ramachandran noted that sex biases in mating can occur for social or cultural reasons, when members of one sex tend to relocate into their mate's group, such as females moving to live with a male's group, or vice versa. But in more recent history, the X chromosome can reflect sex biases in mating that occur because of power disparities or colonialism. For example, there are studies showing the X chromosome has an imbalance of genetic material that reflects that European males tended to have children with enslaved or indigenous people. That raises the question of how male Neanderthal DNA came to be incorporated into the human population, given that their species went extinct. Hershkovitz's research posits that Neanderthals were living in the Levant, a region along the eastern Mediterranean, when modern humans began arriving around 200,000 years ago. Neanderthal males, he proposes, then captured modern human females, starting the flow of their genes into the Neanderthal population. As more modern humans arrived and their population began to outnumber the Neanderthals, the gene flow reversed, helping to explain why the male Neanderthal genes ended up in the human population. The new paper will add to a growing but limited body of evidence shedding light on this period of ancient hominin history. But it also raises more questions. The importance of studies like this one is to help us reconstructing how different Homo populations interacted, not just that they interbreed, Hershkovitz said in an email.
Right now, during the President's Day sale, you can get a Washington Post premium.
Ooh, that Washington Post. All right. Well, that's all the news stories. Do have some videos, but this science story was brought to you by EAE, wherever he might be. Haven't seen him around these parts in a while. So if anybody runs into him, tell him I said hello. So everybody, please make sure that you have hit the like button if you're here. If you happen to be new to the channel, help us get to 300. We are 3 shy of 300. We were there and then we weren't there, but we're climbing back there. So if you're new, please subscribe to the channel. Check us out. It's not a prison sentence. You can leave when you want. Also, today is Thursday. Sovereign Beer Fund is open outright. Please feel free to invest in this enterprise. Somewhere between, the fuckery on the weekends, and all the usual bills with the subscriptions and stuff like that. Any contributions or investments especially are appreciated. So let us sally forth. By the way, the links for all the news articles and videos are posted in the show notes. And if someone has any special request, I can always drop the link into the chat. And as most of you who have wrenches know by now, if you have something, a link or something that you think might interest the show, just let me know and I can at least review it. So this is something I've really been meaning to show from last week and just didn't get around to it. This is called Inside Trump's Royal Court. Now, this is Ezra Klein, who tends to be a little not my cup of tea. However, every now and again, he does an interview that's a must see. So we must see this. And this is, this theme is pretty much the royal court, the incompetent king, the blustery, old, doddering King Lear, that sort of thing.
There was a huge amount of daily reporting about how his White House was working.
You've got Reince Priebus, the establishment Republican, Steve Bannon, the fiery alt-right nationalist, Jared Kushner, who supported Democrats in the past.
The president sharply told his feuding team members to, quote, work it out.
The communications director, the national security advisor, the deputy national security advisor. That's a lot of turnover.
Trump's second term has been different. Trump's staff is selected much more for loyalty. The factional infighting is much less present. And the White House has been doing much more. The balance of coverage is about what they are actually doing in the world, as opposed to what they are doing or saying about each other. But particularly recently, around Minneapolis, around Venezuela, around a number of major stories, I've wondered, how are decisions being made here? What does the president know? Who tells him if something is going wrong? Who is wielding power and how? And is it on his behalf or on their own? So I want to talk to some reporters who cover the Trump White House day in and day out and can give me a better picture of how it is functioning internally. Ashley Parker and Michael Scherer are staff writers at The Atlantic. Before that, they were at The Washington Post, where Parker won 3 Pulitzer Prizes. They have covered Trump for many years now, and they have also profiled many of the people around him, and so are kind of uniquely placed to explain how something that at this point I think is less like a White House and more like a royal court is actually functioning day to day. How it is functioning for Donald Trump.
Oh, wow.
And how it is
the Sun King. We shall call Donald Trump the Sun King. So I want to thank an old friend of the show, Black Knight. Salute, Black Knight. Thank you for supporting the show. I also want to point out that this Saturday is the last of the Black Historian Days. And then, we'll be doing Black Historian Days throughout the year, but, I figured I'd do at least a little bit of a different take on Black history, featuring actual, elite Black historians talking about Black history. So, again, thank you, Black Knight. Black Knight is possibly he's probably in that very inner of inner circles. Back in the old days, they're not that old, not that long ago, but I used to do this show overnight. We'd start at 1 or 2 in the morning, and Black Knight was like one of the very, very first. He and Phoenix Fish and Clarice, not Clarice, DiCapriono. Sometimes there'd be like 6 people watching the show. Ryan, Solid Snake, 12th Man. It would be DiCapriono, Phoenix Fish, and Black Knight. So that's like 6 people watching the show, but we're having a good old time. So salute to Black Knight. And hopefully you're back in, down south. Please tell me you weren't in that snowball fight, by the way, Black Knight. So salute, and y'all support the show. And please tell me you weren't in the snowball fight.
Functioning for the rest of us. As always, my email, ezrakleinshow@nytimes.com. Ashley Parker, Michael Shear, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
So I want to begin with Donald Trump's theory of what went wrong in his first term. You read of Trump in your big profile of him. He had realized in his exile that at nearly every turn in his first term, someone on his own team, Reince Priebus, John Kelly, James Mattis, Bill Barr, Gary Cohn, had blocked him. He needed smart people who would figure out how to let him do everything that he wanted to do in whatever way he wanted to do it. So let me begin here. To what degree is that actually true about Trump's first term, Ashley?
Okay, I don't know why this isn't talked about more, but Donald Trump, for years, for decades, Republicans especially, but it happened every now and again on the Democratic side. We need a businessman to run this country like a business. And we have a businessman running this country like his business. He has taken his cut. And look, a CEO, I would imagine, wants the employees in his company to do well. He wants them to thrive, because if they thrive, he thrives. What Donald Trump seems to not understand is that citizens are not employees. He works for us, not the other way around. Okay, American citizens are not expendable like they seem to be in places like Minneapolis. Our rights are not his whim. Okay, the Constitution is not a company rules manual that he can modify at will. It is the Constitution. Donald Trump is yet to figure out that he works for us, not the other way around. What I saw at that State of the Union address, that was a king pronouncing to his subjects. We were to be thrilled by Donald Trump. He works for us. He's not there. His quote mandate, even if he had one by mandate, he still works for the voters, for the citizenry. And now we have someone running the country like a business for his profit, and treating citizens like they work for him. And a lot of MAGA blacks are okay with that. Apparently, being a MAGA black is a black job, apparently, but not one that I need hold. America's in a pickle. And I think that State of the Union address, while it was entertaining, it was also troubling.
his first term, you have to keep in mind, and it's stunning to remember, but Donald Trump had never run for any office, any political office. He wakes up, he runs for president, and he wins, right? So he has this kind of ragtag team who has never operated at that level, some of whom had never been really in politics before. Remember Hope Hicks, who played a huge role in his first term. The lore was that when he told her, Hope, I'd like you to be part of my campaign, she thought it was a campaign for, she said, which golf course, right? Is it a marketing campaign for Trump Doral or something at Mar-a-Lago? And so he ascends to the presidency and he suddenly has to fill all of these posts with people he doesn't know, who he doesn't trust, many of whom don't like him, don't trust him, and, privately say he was their 16th choice to be president. And a lot of them view themselves as guardrails. They are there, they would argue they are there to teach him how the presidency works and how democracy works and these norms. But in a lot of ways, they really are thwarting what he's trying to do. In some instances, you have someone famously taking a piece of paper off of his desk so he can't sign something that they believe is problematic. You have them undermining him by leaking to the media. And you also have them saying, if here's the 10 reasons why you can't do this. If you do this, I'll resign. This time, and we mentioned this in our piece, but I think it's illustrative. One person we talked to, they said, look, when the president asks for something twice, we have an unofficial rule, which is that we do it, right? And I said, well, why twice? And they said, well, to be fair, he does say a lot of crazy things. But if he says it a second time, we know he's serious. And we know, regardless of whether it's, to fire the board of the Kennedy Center and take it over, or to potentially march on Greenland, if that's what he wants, we are there to make that happen. And it is such a marked difference.
I mean, to what extent, Michael, is that, when does that just reflect good staffing? It's important for a principal to have staff who will say, hey, that's a bad idea. And to what extent does that shift into a kind of famously, we are the resistance inside the Trump administration? The reason I ask is because to the extent they set out in the second term to solve this, understanding whether it was a hindrance or in fact a help to him to be restrained seems important.
It is good staffing in the traditional sense. And it was good staffing in the first term, in part because Trump also didn't come into office with a policy plan, with an ideology about what really to do with government. He didn't have a plan from day one about what he wanted to accomplish in terms of remaking the federal government. And so I think a lot of people back then were thinking, well, we're going to defend the White House, defend the government as it was. Like, that is our job, to make sure the systems work as they have worked for decades. And so by that definition, it is good staffing. Now, I think there was mistakes Trump made in that first term. We should mention that, like, he likes a gang of rivals, sort of nasty viper pit of rivals around him. And he had Kellyanne Conway and Jared Kushner and Stephen Bannon and Reince Priebus. I mean, those first few months, those were all independent power centers that were all fighting against each other, and that was bad staffing. I mean, that was a misdesign of his White House. But I think for the people who came in that first term, who were resisting him, they felt they were defending something that the country wanted, that the country had long established. And I think what you've seen, I mean, the implicit part of your question is, why has it changed? I mean, everyone who came into the second term knew what Trump wanted to do to the presidency, what he wanted to do to the government. And it was pretty radical the second time. And he had plans for it that he just wasn't able to describe, in 2017.
And by that metric, I would argue that some of the staffing got better in certain ways, right? So a lot of these people, the first term, were new, if not to government, then certainly to the White House and the executive branch. And, the first term, Stephen Miller, for instance, his famous travel ban executive order, it created chaos at the airports. And a lot of these people spent their 4 years out of power, learning the lessons. And the president, too, he came in the first term and he sort of expected the presidency genuinely to kind of be like a monarchy, right? And he was frustrated when he wasn't king. And it turned out that, a single senator, John McCain, could tank something he really cared about.
After 7 years of promises to repeal and replace Obamacare, it came down to just one vote John McCain's.
With all eyes on McCain, he casts his vote with a thumbs down. Republican leader Mitch McConnell, stone-faced, his arms crossed in defeat.
So they all learn these lessons in the 4 years out of power, and they spend that time essentially getting bigger, stronger, faster, smarter, more ruthless. And so Stephen Miller, when he comes back, and I'm using him as an example, but this applies to a number of people, he now knows how to structure executive orders so that they can better stand up to court challenges. He now knows that if he cares about immigration, it's not just the Department of Homeland Security where he needs his people and true believers and loyalists. He knows that there's certain positions at the Department of Health and Human Services where he needs people who can implement his policies, or certain people at the State Department, in the Western Hemisphere's division who will be crucial for what he wants to do. And so they come back understanding the levers of bureaucracy and government and ways to be creative and push norms and push boundaries in a way they didn't in the first term. So if you like what they're doing, which is sort of the destruction of the administrative state, they are much better staffers in that mission.
How do they achieve that? So you describe in one of your pieces, the mission as they are staffing up for the second term is, quote, "This time loyalty would be absolute." The federal government's a big place. They actually have on it a number of people who, if you had seen them join in the first term, you would have expected them to be part of this more mainstream Republican establishment that might oppose parts of Trumpism. Think of somebody like Marco Rubio or Doug Burgum. So as they come in to this term with the idea that they're going to select for loyalty and alignment, how do they do it?
He has this great litmus test because of January 6th and the disgrace with which he left the White House, of who stuck around, of who was still willing to be seen with him at his worst moment, of who was still calling him after he'd done, what he'd done. And so that was, he just had a better, clearer idea of who he could choose from. And he was able then to make clear to all of them who they were working for. We reported that in the first term, Stephen Miller would go over to the Department of Homeland Security and say, "I think you should do this idea," and everyone would walk out of the room saying, "No, we're not doing that. That's a crazy idea." This time, if Stephen Miller gets on the phone with them and says, "I think you should do this idea. You have to meet this benchmark of deportations this month. You have to go to Home Depot parking lots to pick people up." Kristi Noem and her deputies are sort of saying, "He said jump. We're going to jump as high as we can." That's our role. And I think you see that in every one of the major cabinet positions. That every one of them, you see in those cabinet meetings that Trump has started holding, it's fealty to the king. I mean, it's very much like a royal court, and they are all answering to them, not to their own bureaucracies and their own traditions. And that's just radically different than the first term, where he was constantly negotiating the interests of each one of these departments, the traditions of the Defense Department, the traditions of Homeland Security, the traditions of the lawyers in the Justice Department. He came in this time, he cleaned house wherever he saw doubt, and literally imposed loyalty tests to replace those people.
And, Ezra, you mentioned Marco Rubio, right? Someone who seemed very unlikely to serve in a Trump administration. But the world changed between his first and second terms in the sense that in the first term, there was a sense that Trump, from not just the people around him and Republicans and voters and world leaders, but from everyone, there was a sense that this was an aberration and it was a fever dream. And then when Joe Biden ran on returning to normalcy, right? And when Trump retakes power, when he comes back to the White House, and doesn't just come back, but he comes back after January 6th, there is a sense that Trump was not the aberration. Perhaps Joe Biden was the aberration. And this is where the country is. This is where the Republican Party is. And if you're someone like Marco Rubio, who wants to be a player in what is essentially the modern Republican Party, it instills, I think, a level of loyalty and a level of fealty. And those people who didn't like it, the Paul Ryans, the Mitt Romneys of the world, they left.
You can tell me if this is wrong. But one thing that I have picked up on talking to people in the Trump White House, in the Republican Party, is that campaign, the 2024 campaign, particularly after the assassination attempt and then when he eventually wins, that the party's relationship, the way that people around Trump look at Trump seemed to me to change. I would say that I feel like Trump gets treated as the grand Ayatollah of the Republican Party now, that he's like, that they treat him almost like a mystic, that maybe what he's saying doesn't exactly make sense, but you can't really question it. You have to figure out what it really means. And it goes to the thing you reported, that if he says something twice, they do it, that it doesn't seem to me that anybody around Trump now sees it as in any way their job to restrain him or redirect him, even for his own good, that they treat him as like a great man of history figure.
Yeah, I don't think that's correct. It's not the case that it's entirely a sort of yes man White House. Now, I think the person we haven't yet mentioned, who's the most important person in this story, is Susie Wiles, as chief of staff, who stepped into the role that no one had been able to handle before. Every one of them tried to intervene and stop him from doing stuff. Every one of them burned out, sort of ingloriously. Susie, because she was there with him during his time in the wilderness after January 6th, because she was able to build the campaign that ended up winning, and because she's figured out her relationship with Trump in a way that I don't think anyone else who've ever worked with him at that level has, is able to go to him and say, I don't think that's a good idea, is able to put people in front of him who say, I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think it's a situation where, he is not getting pushback. Now, that doesn't mean he always listens to her. That doesn't mean he doesn't, go ahead and do the thing he wanted to do anyway. I mean, one example of this was there was a debate over whether to pardon all the January 6th felons or just some of them, whether to not pardon the violent ones. And there were people around Trump who were saying to him, I don't think we should pardon the violent, the people who are actually beating on police officers and trying to hurt people. He overruled them. But a more recent example is the president said a couple of weeks ago, I think we may have to nationalize elections in, 15 places, which is not what his government is, at least at the top, has been currently planning to do. And there were people who went to him after that and said, wait, I don't think this is what you should be doing. And he hasn't exactly backed away from it. I mean, it's a little ambiguous now. It doesn't mean he's not going to try and nationalize, a city, but there is pushback. Now, the question of when there's pushback is an interesting one, because Susie does not try and stop him if he's made up his mind. And that's different than Reince Priebus or some of the other chiefs of staff. And she's able to go along. He makes a decision. She'll go along with it. She'll try and make it, do as little damage as possible for him. But there, I don't think it's right to say there's no discussions like that.
Tell me about their relationship.
So I thought, one thing I've observed with Trump for a long time is that he is oddly better at taking instruction from women around him than men. I think if a man comes to him who's working with him and says, "No, you're wrong, sir.
Sounds
this
like
is
me."
why," I think he can become a little more combative. We saw this in the first term, with Hope, with Kellyanne Conway, and some other, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who could talk to him more frankly sometimes. Susie has talked about her own relationship with her father, who, some of this came out in that Vanity Fair piece last year, but her father was an alcoholic. She had to negotiate around sort of someone she could not control as a child. And she's not saying that Trump is an alcoholic, but she's saying that their personalities are not totally dissimilar. And I think she is very good at offering the president something that he needs, which is structure around him that makes sense, a process around him that makes sense, a superstructure that can actually execute on what he wants to do. And in exchange for that, she has the ability to say to him, this is why I don't think this is a good idea. This is why I don't think that's a good idea. And I think they've formed a very tight bond. And I think the other thing that Susie has brought to the White House is it's not everybody, but 60, 70% of the senior people in the White House are Susie people. They work for her. And they're working for the president, but they are executing on her vision. And so that tension you had in the first term where you had 7 camps or 5 camps or 4 camps that were constantly warring, often through leaks to the press with each other, about how terrible the other one was, has mostly gone away. And that's just an organizational superstructure that she's imposed. The last thing I'll say about her is that I think she's been very good at keeping people in line. There's a way in which if you step out, and this has happened with, cabinet level people, other senior officials, when they mess up, they hear it from Susie. And so there is a sort of discipline that's been imposed, often very subtly, from her within the government, which I think has served the president well.
And to Michael's point, I hadn't quite thought of it that way, but I think you're exactly right that a lot of these women who are in very senior, powerful positions have been able to say things to Trump in a way he wouldn't accept from other people. And I think it's their ability, frankly, to not dissimilar to being a parent, right? You have different kids. And if I'm messaging something to my 7-year-old and I want her to do something or hear me, I do it differently than I do to my 14-year-old or my 2.5-year-old, right? I'm not gonna say what age I'm arguing the president is, but all of those women sort of understood Trump, understood what he needed, understood, how to present him information. Maybe it's a poll you put in front of him, right? And say, look at this map of the country, right? Look at these states you need to win and look where they are on the overturning of abortion. And because they understand that that's how he takes in information and understands it. And I think that's been incredibly helpful.
Another thing I just mentioned real quick is that unlike the other chiefs of staff, she has not tried to control the information flow to the president. And that's a big shift from those first 3 or 4 chiefs of staff in the first term, where they tried to control the paper that was going in the room. They were trying to keep people from knowing exactly who was going into the Oval Office and who was not going to the Oval Office. Susie does not try to do that. And that complicates the job for
Susie, first and foremost.
And for others in the White House. But it also, I think, allows the president to feel like, he's not being controlled.
And one more thing on Susie is that Vanity Fair piece Michael mentioned. I assume your listeners know, but it was Susie gave a bunch of candid interviews to Chris Whipple. And they were on the record, and he ended up sort of taking, as journalists do, the most interesting and sometimes incendiary parts and publishing it in a very long Vanity Fair piece that got a ton of attention. And I understood why the White House was upset over it and Susie was upset over it. But to me, as I was reading it, and because I think there were some observations she made and things she said quite candidly that you wouldn't necessarily want in the public domain. But as I read that, I thought, this is what makes her a good chief of staff. She's incredibly clear-eyed, right? She knows who's who. She knows when there's been a mistake. She sees, the angle this person is always playing, and she's aware of it. So I think she's very savvy and smart of sort of the court around him and who they are and what their motivations are.
One interpretation many people, to some degree myself included, had coming out of that piece, because Wiles does not give a lot of interviews. She's not out in public in the way Stephen Miller is, or Marco Rubio is, or J.D. Vance is. She's not spilling all her thoughts on X. Is that she portrayed herself in that piece as a quite enabling chief of staff. I mean, there's this sort of famous quote, I'm paraphrasing it, where she says, you have other chiefs of staff who have these moments where they march into the Oval Office and they tell the president that what they're trying to do is unconstitutional or wrong and they need to change course. And I don't have any of those moments. And given how many things Donald Trump tries to do that are unconstitutional or wrong, it struck me as not a plausible interpretation that no such moments are needed. So you're sort of portraying her here as a quite strong chief of staff, controlling process, creating structure. I felt like a lot of what was incendiary about that was she in some ways portrayed herself as a somewhat mild chief of staff who just sees her role as kind of helping shape what he wants to do.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of nuance here. So, the president decides, I'm going to pardon everyone from January 6th. There's no discussion of it afterwards. That's what happens. But, I've talked to people who've talked about meetings with her during the campaign and afterwards where she often says almost nothing during much of the meeting, and then she'll say something quietly at the end, I'm not sure that's a good idea. And so it's not, you could argue that obviously she has allowed things that, many people would say are unconstitutional. But I think there's a different litmus test she's using for a lot of these things. Another example that gets at this is after the Preddy shooting in Minneapolis, you had that Saturday, Noem and Miller leading the charge, saying, this was basically a terrorist who was going to assault officers. Obviously not true. The president came in and basically reverses course, overrules Stephen Miller, kind of puts him in the penalty box, overrules Noem, sends Tom Homan up to Minneapolis. We now know that almost all the surge of troops there have been pulled out. Like a very dramatic reversal that happens very quickly. If you were to ask Susie, why did that happen? She would say, well, the president made that decision to do that. But I don't think, I think there was like a clear set of discussions engineered by Susie and other people in the White House to basically allow for such a dramatic shift to happen. And I don't know if Reince Priebus or some of the other people who worked for him in the first term, would have been able to guide that process in the same way.
Let me pick up on something that specific event has made me think a lot about, which is you mentioned the flow of information to the president. And traditionally, the chief of staff, National Security Council, Domestic Policy Council, there's a lot of White House structure that is fundamentally about narrowing, prioritizing, and rationalizing the flow of information to the president, which can mean if it's done badly, they don't hear things they should be hearing. If it's done well, it means they're not overwhelmed by too much because the responsibilities of the presidency are potentially quite vast. When I listen to Donald Trump talk, how good the information he is getting is not obvious to me. When Stephen Miller lies to me on television, I think Stephen Miller knows he is lying to me. Trump, I can often not tell in certain situations if he has been fed terrible information by the people around him. I watch these cabinet meetings where his cabinet goes around and prefaces every incredibly sunny report with totalitarian kitsch style praise of the president.
Sir, as we've said very often, economic security is national security, and our country has never been so secure thanks to you. You have brought us back from the edge. You have the overwhelming mandate from the American people. You're restoring confidence in government.
And I think to myself watching this, that if he is believing any of this, he's being very ill-served, among other things, right? This is the problem with regimes that work like that. Like, does Trump get bad news? Is he getting better information than what we see in those cabinet meetings? Or does he have a bunch of yes men and women around him who tell him what he wants to hear?
One thing is that Trump himself does not really differentiate always between the sources, right? You may know that an article in the New York Times means one thing and that an article in Breitbart News means something else, and interpret it accordingly. The same way as a student, if I'm writing a research paper, I know that taking something out of an original source textbook is one caliber of information, that Wikipedia is maybe a good jumping off point, but something you would never cite, and that like Reddit is just a crazy rabbit hole. But Trump is willing to treat those all equally. So if a poll is in his favor, he likes that poll. And you're right, he gets a lot of information from people for various reasons, because they want him to like them, and he likes them if they show him a poll claiming his approval rating in New York is 70%. That's exciting for him. He gets information from people like a Laura Loomer, who has a direct line to him, who has her own agenda and potentially her own clients. He does not differentiate between that information. I think his lens of it as someone who's quite transactional is he views it sort of like, is this something I like, or is this something I don't like? And if it's something he likes, he will repeat it ad nauseum, whether or not it is true. And if it's something he doesn't like, he will choose not to accept it as fact, and will probably not put it out on Truth Social.
So, but does Susie Wiles see it as her job when the president is saying untrue things to make sure his picture of reality is true?
I don't think, no, absolutely not.
That seems like a problem.
No, because I think you have to understand that the president has a different view of truth. I mean, he simply does not prioritize being accurate. As I was coming over here, I was listening to the president give a press conference about some EPA announcement he just put out, and he was talking about how we've had such great, job performance over the last year, like no one's ever seen before. Right. And we know that's not true. Like there were less jobs created last year than there were the year before, or the year before that. It's just not true. But the president says those sorts of things, I think, knowing that they're not true. He thinks the things he says are made as part of a transaction with whoever he's speaking to, the American people, usually his voters, in which he's trying to get something from them. So he's trying to sell something to them. So I don't think there's, like, the president just doesn't prioritize accuracy in that way.
I mean, that's like a genteel way of putting it, but sure. I mean, I would also argue he has a long history, legitimately, of sort of bending reality to his will. And
hey, Bobby, that's a good question, and it might be a show title, actually. I don't know. Pretentious white people. Aren't all white people pretentious? They're pretending to be white. Can white people pretend to be white? I don't know. I think they're white, and I think they are not pretending to be white. So, so let's see if that works as an explanation.
And that's tricky because, for instance, we should all say here, he lost the 2020 election. He lost it, right? But at the same time, he convinced, a huge swath of the country that he was the rightful president, in exile at Mar-a-Lago, and that the election was stolen. And so I don't really know what my macro point is, because I am arguing that there's actual tangible facts and truth, and I believed in a reality-based world. But for his purposes, he's nearly as happy to have those 40% of the electorate think he won the election.
I recognize that Donald Trump has a bullshitter's relationship to the truth. And I mean that there's like this great this great book of philosophy called On Bullshit. And it says that the bullshitter is different than the liar, because the liar is playing a game against the truth. The liar knows the truth and is calibrating against it. The bullshitter doesn't actually care about the truth. I conceive of Trump as a bullshitter. But part of the job of the White House staff is to make sure the president, whatever it is he is saying in public, knows what is true and what is not true. And it does not sound to me like what you were telling me is that the people around Trump understand that to be their job.
I think that is not a priority of the White House staff. I think they feel like they need to present to the president reality in a way that would allow him to make good decisions. And I do think there is, quite a bit of effort that goes on inside the White House to channel the president. I mean, another example we could just run through quickly is there's been this fight going on in the White House for a couple months now to get the president to talk about the thing that'll help Republicans win the midterms, right? There's a big problem in the polls right now. The American people don't think their economic situation is getting better. They think he's spending too much time on foreign policy. They're not thrilled with the ballroom. They don't love a lot of the things he likes to focus on. And so they're trying to get him out and do speeches and things like that. He's been resisting that because he's simply more interested in other things. And so that conversation has been one in which people around the president have been trying to implore him to recognize what is just a fact. The midterms will be worse if Republicans don't figure out how to get on the right side of affordability and some of this economic messaging. And right now we're on the wrong side. Your approval rating is bad. That's just a fact. And the president is kind of negotiating with that. Now, that doesn't mean when the president speaks publicly, he's going to say anything negative about the way the economy is going now. He's going to say it's the best economy we've ever had. He's going to say any poll that shows Republicans doing bad is obviously false and a lie. So he'll say lots of false things publicly. But that doesn't mean there's not that private conversation going on and that private argument going on, behind the scenes.
So you describe Susie Wiles as the center of the White House, obviously beyond the president. I was naturally going to move on to Stephen Miller. I want to ask you about a couple of the figures here and the role they play, but let me actually have you decide in which direction we move. Who has the most influence next?
I would say Stephen Miller is the right direction to move. I'm curious what you think, Michael.
I mean, I think for domestic policy, yes, Stephen Miller. For foreign policy, you may go to Marco.
With a little dash of Stephen on foreign as well.
But let's talk about Miller. Miller often, he's been described to me, and I sometimes describe him as seeming like the prime minister of the administration. He seems like the person running policy. You did a great profile of him not long ago. What is his role?
So formally, he's the deputy chief of staff. Informally, I think the president's described him as being at the top of the totem pole. And when he says that, he's talking about policy. And that means he's involved in all the foreign policy discussions, or almost all of them. He's involved in basically leading the immigration policy discussion. He was deeply involved in many of the disruptive executive orders from the first few months. The crackdown on universities. You just list off a lot of the stuff that happened in those first 100 days that caught everybody off guard. He was driving a lot of that. He was writing a lot of those executive orders. And then I think the other role he plays is he is the voice. He's the sort of accelerant in the White House, the voice that's always like adding more fuel to whatever fire is happening and saying, we have to go harder, we have to go tougher, we have to do more of this, we can't give up, we can't surrender, we have to push through this stuff. And so in that way, he influences a lot of things. I mean, like any discussion that's going on, he's going to add more fuel to that fire, more kindling. He's going to go on and say something like, ICE agents have total immunity. And so suddenly, CBP officers or ICE agents up in Minneapolis feel somehow freer to, push the bounds of what is legal in their behavior. And he's accelerated that tension. I mean, I think the most jarring thing he's done was after the Charlie Kirk murder, give, a speech that everybody should watch at his funeral, in which he basically described this like clash of civilizations, this like full-on war for the future of humanity between the left and his side.
They cannot imagine what they have awakened.
Con, this is an interesting point, and this may sound like I'm kind of defending Trump. I think from what the rumors are, I think Trump watches enough TV that unless his people are out on the Fox News shows, I think that oddly enough, Trump watches enough TV, and he's got Sean Hannity probably as an unofficial advisor. Probably has Bannon as an unofficial advisor. I think Trump probably, the team of rivals sort of thing, or team of vipers. If that's an actual thing, yeah, I don't think anybody's going to be able to deliberately skew information for long. Look what happened with Tom Homan. Christie Noam, Lewandowski, and Bovino were up there. They were probably skewing information and bullshitting them until they were probably going, oh, hey, Mr. President, it was a terrorist. These two people, Renee Good and Alex Preddy, were terrorists. Until that skewed information got disproven, and they were summarily, pretty much neutralized, and Tom Homan went up there. So there's enough inputs. Now, this doesn't mean I'm a Trump fan. It just means, they're not going to be able to bullshit him for long.
They cannot conceive of the army that they have arisen.
I don't know that I agree with
us.
that.
Because we stand for what is good.
I don't know. I see it differently than you, Khan. I think that they do, Bannon and Hannity have their own agendas, but remember, politics and MAGA in general, it's kind of like a make believe. It's a cult. That part I do agree with. So within the cult, within that point of view, that cultish MAGA point of view, you're only gonna kill two white citizens in Minneapolis a couple times because there's video out there. That narrative, that skewed narrative, there's no way you could mistake Alex Preddy in particular. There's no way that was gonna be glossed over. That was obviously wrong. Renee Good, maybe a little bit more leeway. There's some things that could have been, avoided or that sort of thing. Alex Preddy, that was black and white. There was no way that was going to go away. So, in politics, you're only going to be able to screw the king, for so long. And if you're into period pieces, you go watch, Lion in Winter and all these old, um, stories. You're only going to be able to screw the inept king for so long. And woe betide you when he loses confidence in you. Look at Henry VIII, Thomas More, and Thomas Cromwell, and you'll get my point.
What is virtuous, what is noble. And to those trying to incite violence against us, those trying to foment hatred against us, what do you have? You have nothing. You thought you could kill Charlie Kirk? You have made him immortal.
It was like a call to war speech. And I think he brings that attitude to the whole conversation inside the government.
In our profile, we described him as the pulsing id of a president who is already almost pure id. I think that's just another way of seeing him is that accelerant. And one of the first ways we, the nation, kind of collectively glimpsed it was during Signalgate, right? Where our boss, the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, Jeffrey Goldberg, is inadvertently added to a private signal chain of Trump's top people discussing a bombing campaign in Yemen. And this is fascinating for a number of reasons for what it reveals, including just the sheer sloppiness to add a journalist to a private signal chain with essentially classified information. But to me, even then, even before I started reporting on Stephen Miller and came to understand the
Oh, by the way, that was the first sign, that signal issue, when that first time into Yemen, I think it was, that Signalgate thing. That was the first inkling that Trump had hired a bunch of incompetents. Dude, I was a low-level naval officer. You never fucking classified information. Dude, you better be hyper vigilant. Now, I understand, these are civilians and maybe they're a little bit more loose, but Hegseth was supposedly a former military officer, an Army platoon sergeant, and he rose up to 04 in the National Guard or the Reserves or something. Anybody who's ever had any sort of exposure to communication security, dude, you know what? There's just some things you don't do if you know how secure communications work, even in the corporate world. They used to buy BlackBerries. Like my first phone when I got into IT was a BlackBerry with end-to-end, somehow or another it was end-to-end end-to-end encryption. There's just things you don't do if you want secure communications.
true scope of his power and influence was that in that debate, you have the vice president and Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary, and, all of these top people going back and forth. Stephen Miller is in that chain, technically the lowest on the totem pole, right? He's not elected. He's not Senate confirmed. He's not a cabinet official. And at one point, Stephen Miller weighs in, and I'm paraphrasing a bit here, but he essentially says, look, as I understand it, the president gave the green light, to go bomb Yemen. And then everyone's just like, oh, okay, let's do it. And they do it. And when we were talking to people in the White House, it became clear that a directive from Stephen Miller is viewed as a directive from Donald Trump himself.
You described Miller as like the pulsing id of a presidency that is already pretty heavily id. But what feels very different about Miller and Trump is that Trump feels loose and intuitive. Miller feels highly ideological, highly ideological, and highly structured. That to the extent he's an id, he's a organizationally very capable one. What is his theory of the state, of wielding power, of the administrative role he has?
I think it's more developed than the president's. I don't think the president is a very ideological person. I don't think he reads, Claremont Institute papers or has a very sophisticated view of, the drift of the Constitution over the last 30 years and what needs to be fixed. He knows what he wants to do. And I think Miller's role then is to fill in a lot of those blanks, and he has operationalized a lot of what the sort of emerging institutional MAGA world has started to argue in the last 5 years, which is basically an argument that says, the way the government has been behaving over the last 20, 30 years is way outside of what the Constitution was intended to do. And we have to correct for that by doing things that, for most observers in Washington, I think for definitely Democrats, looks extra constitutional. Dramatically expands the power of the executive branch, involves the executive branch and the federal government in things that conservatives for decades never wanted the federal government to be involved in, university speech codes and private businesses. One thing I just want to add here is that the president, I think, kind of adores Miller, sees him as very useful, has definitely hugged him and empowered him. It's also true that the president has held Miller at a kind of ironic distance at times. And you've seen this in the Oval Office. He'll say, he'll joke about how we don't really want Stephen to say everything he believes.
I want to thank Stephen Miller, who's right back in the audience right there. I'd love to have him. I love watching him on television. I'd love to have him come up and explain his true feelings, but maybe not his truest feelings. That might be going a little bit too far.
Or, we reported in this story an anecdote from the debate prep in 2024 in which they're talking about immigration. And, Miller was speaking about what the answer on immigration should be. And the president, I'll paraphrase, said something like, well, if you had your way, Stephen, everybody in this country would look like you. And Miller answered, that's correct.
And then went back to debating immigration, right? He sort of said that's correct and then went back to his debate. But his broader view of government is a sort of maximalist view, right? It is to push and push and push until you get any blowback. And then to push again, even harder in maybe a slightly more creative way or a slightly tweaked way. But he got a lot of attention for something he said to Jake Tapper. And this was in the aftermath of the toppling of Maduro in Venezuela, as it looked like the United States might be interested in taking Greenland by force. And Stephen Miller's view, which was he was articulating a foreign policy view, but I think it can be applied to government, the bureaucracy, the administrative state, was he basically just said,
you can talk all you want about international niceties and everything else, but we live in a world, in the real world, Jake, that is governed by strength, that is governed by force, that is governed by power. These are the iron laws of the world that have existed since the beginning of time.
And essentially, we are going to do that unconstrained by laws and the Constitution and societal niceties and norms. We are going to do what we want to do until essentially we are all but physically stopped from doing that.
Do they believe this particular strategy is working? I mean, we were talking a little bit earlier. Donald Trump is unpopular. He's quite unpopular at this point. Republicans are getting routed in elections that are in any respect competitive all over the country. They are underperforming in elections that are not competitive. Like, the White House walks with a lot of swagger. But if you were to judge it by most normal ways of thinking about a White House, how much legislation is getting passed, how many consequential rules are being finalized, how's the president's polling, how do the Republicans look in the midterm elections, like, this strategy of relentlessly smashing through the Overton window is not like moving the country, it's mobilizing opposition.
I think there's an enormous concern in the Republican Party right now and inside the White House about the way things are going. And I think we do have the beginnings of a recalibration. I don't think it'll be a recalibration that changes much, and I don't think it's one that most Americans will probably notice. But I mean, to go back to the Preddy shooting, that policy of having roving bands of Customs and Border Patrol agents militarized go into American cities and break windows of cars and, crash into protesters and shoot people was one that was directly driven by Stephen Miller. And when a guy got shot in a way that anyone who watched that video was horrified by, or should be horrified by, Miller was put in the penalty box. I mean, that's what happened a couple weeks ago, right? So like
what does it mean when you say that? What does it mean that Miller was put in the penalty box?
It means Tom Homan, who had sort of been on the outs inside the White House when it came to immigration policy, had been warring with Kristi Noem. Tom Homan was put in charge. And Homan is not someone who, is going to stop arresting and deporting people, but he is a much more by the book, let's do it, let's arrest people at jails, let's arrest people with cooperation with local officials, let's de-escalate the situation type guy. And Miller, if you look at what he was saying in those days immediately after Homan goes to Minneapolis, he was looking for cover. I mean, he puts out a statement earlier that week where he says something like, well, it looks like CBP didn't follow their own policies. And we're looking into that. I mean, he was trying to distance himself from this thing that he had pushed for.
That he had ordered up. Yeah. But again, to Michael's point of both things can be true. There is in some areas a bit of a recalibration, but the reason that recalibration will not be felt in a super meaningful way by the country is because only Stephen Miller makes Homan look like an immigration squish, right? Yeah. By any other metric, we could be here doing a podcast about how Tom Homan's is so extreme and far right on immigration.
What is J.D. Vance's role?
I think Vance is sort of a hybrid. As all vice presidents are, he's one step removed from the structure, like the core structures. He doesn't have any direct brief. But he is a part of the senior strategy meetings. I mean, he is in the room. He was on the Signal chat, when they're talking about what's going to happen next. So he has a political role where he's, out and about carrying the president's message to the country, increasingly carrying a message that hopefully serves him well, I think is his hope, for his own political future. I think he sees himself as someone who is trying to bring sort of an ideological, intellectual order to what the president has brought to the country. He's trying to be the glue that connects Trump's whims and interests and desires to some theory of governance and theory of what the country should be doing. And then the last thing he does is he's kind of a troll. I mean, he's like a chief troll for the White House. Like Stephen Miller, he's out there a lot, pushing the bounds, owning the libs, getting on fights on Twitter, things like that.
Your point about him being a chief ideologist, is that how Trump sees him? How has their relationship evolved over the course of the administration?
I mean, one thing that has helped their relationship, or not even in the administration, but just going back to how he ended up becoming Trump's choice to be
Khan, the signal chat, what I meant was it wasn't leaked before the attack. It was leaked after the attack. So, I don't know. I get what you're saying. I guess kind of I misspoke. Um, to me, after the bombing isn't that much of a leak. I don't know. It's a weird thing. It's kind of a quirk in the way I'm thinking. Um, so you're not wrong. To me, a leak and like the leaks I'm thinking of are like explosive. This one was, you know, and it was noted. Larry, damn it, what's the Atlantic editor's name? I can't think of his last name. He basically said, "Thank God it was me." Someone less scrupulous might have leaked it before the attack. So, um, no, I don't know. Could you I would say it was more an expose. For some reason, leaked just, when I think leak, I mean of something like really dramatic. And it's not like that wasn't dramatic, but it was more an expose. And it's semantics. You are right. I am wrong. It's just, I don't know. I just think of leaks as more, you know, more you know, like Watergate. Watergate was a leak.
Vice president is there are a group of mainly young men
Yeah, I
around
agree.
JD Vance, including Donald Trump's oldest son, Don Jr., who he is sort of legitimately friends with. And these guys, a lot of these young men, they came up under Steve Bannon and they were there with the president in the first term and were part of.
Hey, Con, I'll tell you a story about it doesn't matter when. When I was in the Navy at the end of Desert Storm, I was my ship's communications officer, which meant, I handled all the message traffic. Well, me and my division, all the message traffic, classified, unclassified, it didn't matter. And in my own little, I had a safe within a vault. In that vault was literally the message. It was a paper message that basically, I can't remember the exact verbiage. It was very short, but it was the message that said commence Desert Storm or something to that effect. And you know, at the end of Desert Storm, my ship was decommissioned and I was in charge of decommissioning all the top secret, document and the top secret texts and maps. And, I had to take care of to make sure all that stuff was destroyed according to regulation. And I had that one message in my little personal safe. And I thought, well, this is actually kind of a historical document. I should probably just kind of sneak it off in a manila envelope or something. And I'm like, you know what? Nah, better not. I fucking destroyed it with the rest of the stuff. So it doesn't matter when, if I had, just say I'd gotten caught, because it was like a top secret or something. If I'd gotten caught with it, who knows, 5 years later, um, yeah, you're right. It doesn't matter when. It was classified. It and, I don't know, I wish I'd kept it, but, I didn't. Sometimes you gotta do the right thing, and sometimes you just have to know that, "Oh, shit, it's top secret. I'm not gonna take any fucking, risks," because, who knows? I'll tell you another story. Um, After same deployment, I came back home a different way. Um, the ships I decommissioned were in the Persian Gulf in Abu Dhabi. And there were 3 little minesweepers that we put on the back of a heavy lift transport ship. It's a Swedish super, what they call it, a super something or another. But anyway, 3 Navy ships. They're basically docks. You know, the ship is sinkable. You can float decom ships or a ship that's been damaged or something. You float it onto the dock, and then it, pumps out the water and refloats itself, and then you can transport them anywhere in the world, really. So the Navy did that with 3 little minesweepers from the Persian Gulf. And unfortunately, I did not want to do it, but I was volunteered because I'm single or was single to be the little skeleton crew along with my captain and a few other people. We were in charge of those ships. And so I got back a month after the crew got back from their deployment. So, I had Cuban cigars from Jabil, Saudi Arabia. I think it was Jabil. Anyway, I had like 2 boxes of Cuban cigars. And by the way, Cuban cigars are the shit. They are awesome. I haven't smoked a cigar in probably 20 years, but damn, those things were good. They're real good. So anyway, they're illegal. You can't bring those into the States, but you know what? I put them in my sea bag and kind of hid them. And even in the Navy, if we're coming in on a civilian ship, customs comes aboard and searches through everything. Well, you know what? Customs was busy that day, and they said, "Hey, you're Navy. We trust you." So none of it ever got searched. And I wish I'd brought that fucking top secret message. I could have smuggled it in, but I didn't. So anyway, it's a boring ass story, but it just reminds me of top secret communications and the proper way to handle that sort of stuff. Sorry to bore y'all.
The faction that was actually legitimately loyal to Donald Trump. And so he's sort of part of this coterie, this crew. A lot of them, J.D. Vance was also very close to Charlie Kirk. And so he comes with his sort of MAGA Trump bona fides, after you get over the stuff he said about Trump previously, which he's claimed he has evolved and he understands more clearly. And so in that way, Trump trusts him.
I haven't heard much tension between Vance and Trump. I don't think there's tension. I think they get along fine. I think Vance is busy. I think he's doing stuff to help the president. I think the unspoken tension that is there is that, Vance clearly is the next guy up in 2028. And it's not clear Trump's going to be there for him. We just don't know how that's going to play out. It's not clear that Trump sees Vance as his clear successor at this point. And so I think that's sort of the, an undercurrent tension there.
Trump has kind of, so far at least, thrown a jump ball between Vance and Rubio, which should surprise no one who just knows Trump's flair for the dramatic. Of course, he would not anoint an obvious successor.
Rubio, to me, has been one of the more surprising stories in the administration. He is considered for vice president, doesn't get it, gets Secretary of State, which is, of course, a tremendous job. Early on, there's a lot of memes about him looking uncomfortable at different events. SNL makes fun of him. Becomes national security advisor, as well as Secretary of State. Tell me about Rubio's arc here, his role as power, his relationship with Trump.
I'll speak to one turning point early that I think gets missed, because you're right. I mean, many of us are old enough to remember little Marco in 2016 running against Trump and being sort of viscerally appalled by everything Donald Trump stands for and represents.
I will never stop until we keep a con man from taking over the party of Reagan and the conservative movement. He's a con man.
So he's not an obvious choice. to be in Trump's administration in any way, shape, or form.
Well, no, you have to understand. And again, I have worked for several bosses, and again, well, shit, even in my civilian life. Sometimes you will work for people you don't particularly like. Doesn't mean you can't thrive. And as a matter of fact, let me tell you something. My first captain didn't particularly like me. However, and I kind of sensed it, and god damn it, another fucking Navy story. It's that same trip on the way home, on the way back to, actually it was Little Creek, but that Norfolk area from my first deployment. um, Three little minesweepers, old MSOs, minesweeper ocean going, but they weren't very ocean going. Jesus Christ, you don't fucking want to go through a storm in one of those. I've been through one, and dude, I was the only one on the ship who wasn't seasick. That's how I knew I would never get seasick. I just don't. Anyway, on the way back, and then I will also have to say, on my way back across the Atlantic, we went through the Suez Canal, over the west through the Mediterranean into the Atlantic, over to Norfolk, over to Little Creek, technically. So in the middle of the ocean, I was kind of bummed out because I was in the middle of the Atlantic on my mother's birthday, November. So my lead radio man is like, well, hey, I can, we can do a ham radio call. Dude, that was the coolest thing. So I'm who knows where in the Atlantic, and I surprised my mother on her birthday. She knew I was deployed, of course. So she talked about that for fucking years. It's like I'm sorry, I was in the Persian Gulf, didn't get a chance to buy you a gift, but that phone call, dude, I felt good, she felt good, my father felt good. It was an event. So, I'm talking to my mother, and I go, "Well, mama, when you finish talking, you have to say over." It's radio discipline. So the ham operator breaks into the conversation, and he goes, well, she's your mother, she doesn't have to say over. So it's like, well, fuck radio discipline. Apparently, if you're a mother, you don't have to say over. Dude, that happened like 30 years ago, and it's such a wonderful memory. I Such a good memory of my mother. She was pretty awesome. So anyway, to get back to my point, which damn it, did I forget my point? Oh, captains that I don't particularly like. Well, it's not that I didn't like him. I just got the impression he didn't like me that much. There was an incident when I was in the Persian Gulf. I was down, and it happened on the civilian ship. Every day I had to go and I had to inspect the engineering plants, and just you had to do a walkthrough of all three of the ships. So I go down into one of the engineering spaces, and there's this E3 from Kentucky. And you just knew this dude was a piece of work. So, I asked him something, and I said, "Hey, you need to make sure that you do this." And he looked at me. Now I'm an O1, I'm a boot, I'm a butter bar, ensign in the Navy is a second lieutenant in the other branches. He looks at me and he goes, "Nah, I'm not going to do it, nigger." I was, I had to do a double take. I was like, what? So you know what? I didn't even say anything. I'm just like, yeah, okay. So I just like I expect it done and walked off. So I went up to this captain and I'm like, hey, captain, I know, this isn't like normal, we're not actually on a Navy ship, some Navy rules may not apply, but this little petty officer so and so, you know, I'm like, I need you to do this. And he literally used the N word. So my captain heard me out and he was like, well, Stan, do you really want to make a big deal of this? We're in the middle of the Atlantic and we're on a civilian ship, and it'll be a little hard to do captain's mast and all this. And you know what? I heard what my captain said and I didn't even push back. I'm like, yeah, okay. Usually captains are very particular about protecting their junior officers to a point. Like they will, believe me, I have another story to prove this point, which I won't get into, but especially the junior officers, captains don't tolerate that shit. Um, but anyway, it is what it is what it is. I just knew when the captain started making excuses that, you know what, I'm not gonna win this battle. I'm just not gonna fucking, I'm not gonna push back. I'm just gonna have to eat this one. Well, as it turned out, at the end of that deployment, I got a Navy Achievement Medal, which is kind of a big deal for a boot ensign. I mean, it was my first deployment. I was in '01. So I not only got the Navy Achievement Medal, but I got my warfare qualification. And it is a big deal, at least in the surface Navy, for someone on their first deployment to have a warfare qualification and a Navy achievement. When I walked onto my second ship, I was like, even the captain was like, oh shit, we don't see many, warfare qualified ensigns. So they knew I was hot shit when I walked onto that second ship. So, the captain who didn't like me, I guess maybe that was his like, hey, I couldn't support you this way. I'm going to support you another way. And to be honest, he made my career. I mean, when I walked onto that second ship, um, there were O3s. There were people two ranks above me who weren't warfare qualified. It was a big deal. So all I'm saying is that sometimes, you can little Marco, I think little Marco just said, hey, look, you know what? I have an aim. I'm just going to have to suck it up and hitch my star to this donkey cart. And in the end, Rubio's being talked about for president. You never would have thought that during that nominee debate when he was called Little Marco. Well, Little Marco, I think Little Marco stands a better chance of being president than Vice President Vance does. So, and if you looked at Little Marco during the State of the Union address, dude, president said, stand up Marco, possibly the best secretary of state ever, which I don't know, maybe. But Marco Rubio, he wasn't smiling. He wasn't being all sycophantic. I'm actually, of all the people in the Trump administration, Marco Rubio is the only one that I actually kind of respect. So from little Marco to Stanley's respect, that's a big promotion.
And he gets in, and it's gonna, it's kind of interesting to see what he's gonna do. And early on, this is during the Doge era and the, best friendship with Elon Musk era. Elon Musk is annoying, to put it mildly, a lot of these cabinet secretaries, right? Because he's going in with a sledgehammer. He's doing things that are not helpful at their agencies. And keep in mind, he decimates USAID, which is something Rubio has been arguing for more funding for during the Biden administration. And Rubio sort of had enough. And in this private cabinet meeting, he just goes head to head with Elon Musk and really stands up to him and goes after him and says, what you're saying is bullshit, essentially, and you're hurting things. And there's a few other cabinet secretaries, Sean Duffy among them, who also take part in this. But someone told Michael and I afterwards that in Trump's eyes and estimation, that was a real turning point. And again, this is someone who, even though there aren't the warring factions this time that there were in the first term, this is someone who likes a cage fight, right? I believe we're actually having a cage fight or something close to it on Trump's birthday as part of America 250 on the lawn of the White House. And to see Marco Rubio kind of just stand up for himself in such a strong way, I think helped Trump just mentally say, oh, this isn't little Marco anymore. And that's one of the first times when he really rises in his power in the administration.
But I guess one of the surprises to me about Rubio's ascendance is if you think about the way Trump described MAGA, if you think about the way the sort of ideologists around Trump described MAGA, one of its primary differentiators from the Republican Party before it is non-adventurous in foreign policy. It's borderline isolationist. It's America first. It's not, concerned with lazy niceties. And you would have described Rubio as representing a much more traditionalist Republican foreign policy. And it's not crazy that you would have Rubio there as representing a somewhat different view. The consolidation of power under Rubio seems pretty distinctive. That Rubio drove a lot of the Venezuela policy that represents a long-time Rubio obsession seems distinctive. Why have they put so much under someone who didn't seem like a natural fit for, this administration?
I remember being in Rubio's office in 2013, I think, doing an interview with him about why we needed comprehensive legal immigration reform and a path to citizenship. So Rubio has really taken a journey. And I don't think it's entirely craven on his part. I think he evolved independent of Trump after Trump won in 2016, after he lost that election. But Rubio has come to be much more of a nationalist. I think in important ways he has come to the Trump view on a lot of this stuff. I think internally, when it comes to Russia, he is the hawk in these discussions. He's the one sitting next to Witkoff saying, "Wait, we don't really want to trust Putin on all this stuff. This is not a guy to be trusted." But he is very much driving, as you said, this hemispheric view that the president came into his second term with, in this idea that the U.S. needs to project its power south. And he's long pushed for basically a change in the regime in Cuba, and I think he's pushed it as Venezuela, as a sort of stepping stone to that. The other thing I think about Rubio is, in a similar way to Susie, and they're very close. They know each other from Florida. I think if Susie had gotten to choose, Rubio would have been the vice president, not J.D. Vance. Rubio understands how to advise the president into getting him what he thinks he wants, while also trying to help him avoid, pitfalls. And he's earned the president's trust during that process. But he's also very deferential. He's not the guy saying, "No, you can't do this," slamming the table. That's not his role in this process.
And one thing that I think is misunderstood about Trump, but that has allowed Rubio to have a big influence in foreign policy, is Trump is not sort of the pure, say, Rand Paul isolationist that a lot of his base hoped he would be or understood him to be. Trump's aversion is to sort of these, he ran on a promise to end forever wars, the war in Iraq and the war in Afghanistan, and sort of using American boys and girls to export democratic values abroad. But he is open to, now we can sort of say it's the F around and find out doctrine. But before that, it was what I thought of as the one and done doctrine, which he was actually quite open to these short kinetic bursts of force, right? So a single powerful, ideally in his world, kind of looks like a badass video game strike on Iran. And even what happened in Venezuela, and we may see the secondary and third level consequences, right? But was a wild success for the American military, right? It was a quick, precise extraction of a president who everyone agreed was a quote unquote bad guy. And again, he is open to those sorts of foreign policy adventurism in a way.
One thing that seems true to me about the Trump White House is that there are, even at the high levels, there are people who give orders and people who take orders. And, we were talking about Stephen Miller a minute ago. Stephen Miller is clearly somebody who gives orders. Rubio seems to me, you can tell me this is wrong, like he is in the, listens to Trump, but gives orders role. He's very, very powerful. Some of the other boldface names in that orbit, Pete Hegseth, Tulsi Gabbard, are they in the gives orders or are they in the takes orders category?
Well, I think they're very different. I think Hegseth had a very rough first year. And, when we interviewed Trump, last spring, Trump was talking about Hegseth as like a kid who's trying to do well, but just hasn't figured it out yet. That was sort of the tone of the conversation. I think Trump likes Hegseth on TV. He likes the aggression from Hegseth, like the sort of anti-woke reformism, the machismo that Hegseth's trying to bring to the Pentagon. But I don't think Hegseth is like a, much of a senior advisor on this stuff. I think, the head of the Joint Chiefs, General Kane, is probably, more in Trump's ear when it comes to those things. But Hegseth has earned his place as, sort of a cabinet member in good standing. Tulsi Gabbard is different. I mean, she really lost her place early on. And she ends up at an agency, the DNI, that the president's been skeptical of. It's a post 9/11 agency that others, in government have said, we're not really sure it's the right structure anyway. She had some missteps last year. And because of her tensions with the CIA, she's been cut out of a lot of, these national security discussions. She's off doing investigations of election technology in Puerto Rico and things like that, or showing up in Fulton County. So I wouldn't put her in that same, top tier, although she is sort of trying to win her way back into the president's good grace. I mean,
I want to note the way you do that, right? Which is by the way at least Gabbard is currently doing it, as I understand it, which is by really going hard in backing Trump up in various conspiracies, right? The Director of National Intelligence, the way you can win back the president is bad information, and supporting it as a strategy seems very revealing to me.
Or look at Pam Bondi's recent hearing, right? I mean, she is trying to win her way back into the president's good graces by just sort of going hard at Democrats and all of his rivals.
Have you apologized to President Trump? Have you apologized to President Trump, all of you who participated in those impeachment hearings against Donald Trump? You all should be apologizing.
And then at one point, during that hearing, as a sort of non sequitur, talking about how great the Dow was.
The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now.
Trying to turn a House Oversight Committee into what we just discussed as a Trump cabinet meeting, right? I'm just going to praise the president. That is how they do it.
The president's fundamental characteristic is that he's transactional in everything he does, in every interaction he has, in all the macro ways he lives his life. He's always trading to get some benefit for himself. And the way that manifests in the White House is that it functions more like a royal court would. Like a sovereign. Like you have the courtiers who come to the parties and try and please the king in various ways, and the president is constantly asking to be pleased. And so that is from the cabinet level, more so than the White House staff, because the White House staff works for Susie. It's a different structure, but the cabinet level, a lot of these people are constantly trying to figure out every day how to please the king and what they can do to please him. And part of that is performing. Owning the liberals in a TV interview or a hearing, or announcing some new initiative for him. Part of that is delivering these policy things. Part of that is doing the things that Trump knows the Department of Justice would never have done in the first term because they're, way outside the bounds of what's normal, or the Director of National Intelligence would do in the first term. And that's the system he's built up. He wants everybody, like those long cabinet meetings that you described are like the performative part of the whole structure. Like that's the public version of it, but that's happening all the time. Cabinet members are constantly just hanging out at the White House so they can be around the guy, just so they can get FaceTime, because if he's thinking of you, that's good for you, And that's not, Barack Obama ran a government like a corporation, he wanted to be efficient, he wanted to be effective, he wanted all the rules to be followed, he wanted a process, and everyone was playing their part, but it was not about pleasing him. Obama was not asking people to please him every day.
One thing I often wonder about Donald Trump, both because of what I see and then what I hear, is whether he is busy. He seems to have a lot more time than most people I know to watch TV, to watch his underlings on TV. They're performing the way they are at hearings and on cable news, in part because they think the president might see them. He is answering random phone calls from people like you sometimes, without even knowing who's going to be on the other end of the line. He gives very, very long interviews, and a lot of them. Some people have described to me Trump just seeming to have time to talk. You talked about Obama running the White House like a corporation, famously saying, I wear the same 2 colors of suits, so I'm never thinking about what I have to wear. He treated his time like an incredibly precious resource. And the idea that he'd be just channel flipping was sort of unthinkable. How does Trump spend his time? What does his schedule look like? We've talked about things laddering up to him, but it's sometimes not obvious to me how actually inside these policy debates and processes he is compared to previous presidents.
He wakes up late.
Really?
Obama would start work very early in the Oval Office and work until dinner time, and then he'd go back to the residence. Trump comes down later in the morning. I think on an average day, he's in front of live cameras. If he's at the White House, 1 to 3 hours in a day. That's a lot of time to be just talking on the record to somebody or doing something like that. And I think the rest of the time is much more free form. I don't think that structure, that sort of like drive towards efficiency and structure is something that interests him. I think what interests him is how much he can get out of every day, what transaction he can have and what he gets out of each transaction. I think it's the reason he's been so interested in foreign policy. He has an enormous amount of power when it comes to foreign policy. So he can get on the phone with all kinds of world leaders, and he loves talking to anybody. He really has no problem, taking phone calls from just about anybody, talking to the new mayor of New York in a friendly way, talking, to try and settle wars and corners of the
He's
world.
sort of like Don from Queens, a consummate, talk radio caller or host. It's a very good medium for him, frankly. People say he's incredibly compelling on the phone. He plays a lot of golf on the weekends. He goes to his private clubs, Mar-a-Lago in the winter, Bedminster sometimes when it's nicer, where he holds court there. And he loves a lot of inputs, but you're right. It's much more of like a rolling conversation than it is sort of a meaningful policy debate in the traditional sense. That's absolutely true.
I am not the president. I do a podcast. I do some columns. I feel like I have trouble fitting phone calls into my day. It's like I'm not communicative in the way I'd like to be. I hear about this and I watch some of this. And I wonder how he is not more aggressively scheduled, given all the things that, in theory, in another White House would ultimately come up to him. And I feel like it sometimes leaves me with only a couple of options. Either of those things are not coming up to him. So he doesn't know about as much as a Barack Obama or Joe Biden or George W. Bush did, right? He's trusting his people more. If something gets bad enough, they bring it to him, but the level at which something gets brought to him is very different. Or that he is not sitting and presiding over things, that maybe he's brought a sign off, but in a way that, Bill Clinton or Obama or Biden really wanted to see their advisors arguing things out in front of them and reading the briefing book. he doesn't care. Something gets brought to him. Another possibility is I'm just not seeing like where in his time this happens, and they're having more late night calls, or the decisions are made in a different way. But it can't all fit, right? He can't be both loose and in front of cameras for 1 to 3 hours a day and doing the level of oversight that I think his predecessors did. So what is pushed out here?
I mean, all presidents have done this differently. I've heard, especially since the last election, quite a bit of criticism from people who work for Biden about how little they engaged with him when they were in the White House. And he had basically built a structure there at the end of his term where he would weigh in on things, but he wasn't at the center of most of the discussions going on, and that may have hurt the Biden administration. I think you're describing a president who serves the government, who serves the White House. And I think Trump is sort of the reverse of that. He is a president who is served by the White House and the government around him. The other thing is, he's always loved being on the phone with lots of people. I mean, going back to his time in New York, he would get on the phone with reporters all the time, get on the phone with friends all the time. I talked to Bobby Kennedy, the HHS secretary, and he said he gets phone calls really late at night from the president. So I think the president is doing work late at night, and he'll just call up cabinet members or advisors late at night to talk through things. And he has, the other thing the president has, which we haven't talked about, is he has his own little superstructure inside the White House of aides who basically just work with him, who just provide him information, who just are sort of channeling people to him outside the structure that Susie's created. And so I think he's operating in that world as well. And that includes contact with lots of his friends, contact with business executives, contact with, donors. I mean, the amount of time he spent in this first year on planning events for, America's 250 celebration, a new ballroom, redoing the Kennedy Center, fixing golf courses. I mean, you could just go on and on, redoing the Oval Office, putting signs up on the colonnade. I mean, he's spending all this time doing stuff that no president has ever spent time doing, but he loves it. And that's what he chooses to do.
Reasonable people can argue
Jesus
that
Christ.
they would prefer their president to spend that time differently, right? I mean, as Michael was saying, Trump can get incredibly in the weeds. We have had people say to us, when he is redesigning the Oval Office, he is the one who is looking at the different shades of gold inlay, right? And which one should go here and which type of chandelier, and a meeting at Mar-a-Lago being stopped because he notices out his window.
So Trump is the interior decorator in chief? Oh boy.
That a tree is bending the wrong way. Now again, would perhaps most voters prefer he take that level of passion and attention to detail to figuring out what's going on in Minneapolis? Absolutely, potentially. But he does have that capacity for what he cares about. And what he cares about is often not the policy weeds.
Does that lead to a deficit in what he knows about inside his own administration? And here I don't mean, is he reading in the way that Obama or Clinton would have on policy? I mean that the administration has a series of very, very, very major projects going on. I mean, tariffs and Venezuela and ICE and CBP enforcement and things that are transformational and disruptive and in some cases violent and in all cases consequential. And the way that many presidents would handle a series of things like that is they would want to be on top of that process and have constant updates coming to them. I guess the question I am getting at here is, this seems like it is a much less structured policy process than we are used to. So
Correct.
Is what is suffering in that what the president knows? Or is it the president actually doesn't want to know more than he does? And the way things bubble up to him is more associative and precise than it would have been at another time.
I mean, it's a president who governs and rules on sort of raw, visceral gut instinct. And, Michael said he's very transactional. A way I view it that I think is helpful in understanding him and explaining his contradictory impulses is he is someone who is always trying to win the minute, the hour, the day. He is trying to win over and woo the person directly in front of him, which can send him at times careening. I can remember him talking to dreamers, and then the sheriffs get brought into the Oval Office, right? And he has a totally different message. But when you look, and again, I did not cover Barack Obama's presidency nearly as closely as I covered the Trump one, but my sense was that Obama ran his White House too, sort of like the constitutional law professor that he once was. If he was doing something on trade, he would want to hear all different inputs in a very structured way from economic experts, et cetera, all of the relevant people, synthesize all of that very granular information and make a decision, right? When you look at some of Trump's trade things, which sometimes are announced, like much in his administration, in the middle of the night on Truth Social, that may not have been vetted by anyone, it's tariffs against French champagne because I am angry at Macron, right? You don't, agree or disagree that that's a good way to lead a country. You don't need a rigorous policy process for that, especially if the next day you're going to undo all of those tariffs because something else has changed.
There was a line in the Obama White House that they would say a lot that any question that ultimately makes it to the president has no easy answer, that all the easy answers were already made below him. I don't think there are many questions that make it to Trump that Trump doesn't think are easy to answer. I don't think he's spending a lot of time, like to Ashley's point about gut instinct. I think he gets a presentation like, okay, we're going to do that. He doesn't need to read the source material. He doesn't need to go back through the history of things. Bill Pulte, who runs the Federal Housing Finance Organization, I don't know the proper name for it, will come into the Oval Office with like poster boards. I've been in the Oval Office in the first term and seen briefing documents for the president about for Trump about a policy thing that are basically like, 100-word on a page bullet point things they're not detailed. It's like, here's like the 5 sentences you need to know about this thing before you make a decision. Not here's the 500 pages you need to know.
Yeah, like a science project diorama, right? It's like, here's how dinosaurs went extinct. The asteroid, it's that.
I mean, it's just not the same kind of policy. Whereas Obama, if you're comparing him to him, is really in the weeds of, economic theory and I mean, you did healthcare reform. I mean, there's nothing like Obama understood that bill. I don't think Trump has the same level of understanding of the big, beautiful bill. I mean, he knows there's no tax on tips, but he doesn't know exactly what the SALT compromise was.
He knows it's big
coming
and
out of
beautiful.
Yeah.
I think that's the place to end. Always our final question. What are 3 books you'd recommend to the audience? And Ashley, why don't we begin with you?
So I'm going to say The Secret History by Donna Tartt, which is just fantastic.
Believe it or not, I actually read that when it first came out. Donna Tartt is a very interesting author. There's a little too many plot twists for me, but I'd recommend that if you like thrillers.
Classic. This next one is a little bit of a cop-out, but I'm going to recommend an author and say any book by her. Anne Patchett. I will just read anything she writes.
I
She just
agree.
does wonderful,
I've actually read Anne
beautiful
Patchett.
modern fiction. And since we're talking about Trump, and I am married to him, my husband, Mike Bender, who's also a New York Times reporter, he wrote a Trump campaign book called Frankly, We Did Win This Election, the inside story of how Trump lost. But I would recommend it because it's great. I'm biased, but because one of the things he does is he talks about the front row Joes, and he has these vignettes on Trump supporters. And if you want to understand really who his base is and why they stick with him, this is the book to do it. So those are my 3.
Michael?
If I had a 4th, I'd put Bender's book there.
Thank you.
An Image of My Name Enters America, which is a book of essays, sort of personal essays by Lucy Ives, came out a couple years ago. I read it last year and I had so much fun. It was the most fun I've had reading a book in a long time. There are essays about pregnancy, about unicorns and being a young girl, about love, about sort of growing up.
You're such a feminist.
Yeah. Palimpsest by Gore Vidal. It came out a while ago. I just read it recently. I can't believe I've been in DC so long and not read it. It's hilarious. It's totally R-rated and often inappropriate and often very vicious, and about as good a memoir of DC as I've read. And then the last book is a book I read a long time ago, but I always recommend it to people because I think it's like the best example of literary nonfiction I've ever read. It's a book called Blood by Douglas Starr. It's actually a history of blood, which is not something I would ever have thought I wanted to read. But it starts with a blood transfusion in 17th century France between a madman and a calf. And then it takes you through, how blood revolutionized how we fight wars and the AIDS crisis. And it takes something that's like a part of all of our lives and tells it to you in a narrative that is pretty remarkable.
Esther Parker, Michael Scheer, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I guess those are books. I don't know. Let's see here. I think I'm running out of steam. But guess we should watch this.
Epstein. The Epstein scandal should actually be called
What's up,
the
yeah,
billionaire
buddy?
scandal, because there is a 5-ton economic elephant in the room that nobody, and I really mean nobody, seems to be focusing on, which when you've got so much distraction, in fairness, I suppose it's hard to focus on the elephant because, you've got this private island with 14 staff members whose job title is don't ask questions. It's so distracting, the horror show of it, like the scandal, the corruption, the private island, the powerful men, the unspeakable crimes, and the constant reveal of something else and somebody else it's like a never-ending episode of Scooby-Doo, isn't it?
Why, it's Dr. Grimsley, the head of the Weather Eye Project.
Mr. Roger Stevens, the TV station manager. Zoinks! It's Mr. Carswell, the bank president.
That we miss what is actually happening. Scientifically, there is a direct causal link between having extreme wealth and power and acting just like Jeffrey Epstein. Over the next 10, 12 minutes, I'm going to walk you through the economics, the behavioral economics, the neuroscience and psychology that shows clearly that Jeffrey Epstein is not an aberration. Jeffrey Epstein is an inevitability in a system that lets wealth pool to obscene extremes. He's a harrowing symptom, but he's not the actual disease, because the science shows clearly that Jeffrey Epstein is the lead henchman in all this, but the real villain of the Epstein story is extreme and concentrated wealth and power. Part 1, power rewrites the brain. So to start, let's get into the neuroscience, because this is where it all begins. So there was a study at McMaster University by somebody called Sukhvinder Obi, who ran experiments measuring how power impacts neural processes. And he had participants reflect on times when they had power over someone else, and then measured their brain activity in an fMRI. And what he found was chilling, that power inhibits the brain's mirroring function. And you might or might not know this, but mirroring neurons, they are the kind of neurological process that lets us empathize. When we see somebody in pain, our brain literally mirrors that experience for us, so we emotionally understand it. It's involuntary and it's fundamental to being human. And having power shuts that down. And that's not theory. This isn't rhetoric. It's fact. Repeatable, peer-reviewed studies show that effect again and again. Being super rich rewires your brain to make you treat other humans as accessories to use.
Well, Calgon,
Society
take me
madly
away.
calls it success. Neurology calls it damage. Therapy calls it, we really need to talk a lot. Sit down. The empathy gap and isolation. So UC Berkeley psychologists Paul Piff and Dacha Keltner ran multiple studies on how wealth affects the brain. And what they found is disturbing. And I've mentioned this before in my other videos, that as people accumulate wealth and power, their compassion and empathy measurably decline. They become worse at recognizing emotions in other people's faces. Literally, the foundation.
You know, funny enough, in Yeti, you'll appreciate this. I was watching a little bit of LG's show today, and I subscribe to her channel, but it's kind of not my shtick. But she did a short lunchtime show, and Imperius was up there, and he was talking about his wealth and power. So let me see, can I find it? And this guy talking about how wealth pretty much kills empathy, changes the brain so the brain has no more empathy. Let's see here. I guess power corrupts absolutely wasn't enough. You know, the old maxim. Here we go. So we'll start it here. So to this neuroscientist's point, rich less empathetic than poor. And if the online persona is to be believed, Imperius is rich.
Think about it. No. These are not human beings. I've explained this on many panels that I don't consider these people human beings. You got to prove you're a human being and have value to me. This is what I'm saying. Like all these people, and now you understand, LG, why I get so irritated and why I do blow up on these, because they're subhuman trash trying to exemplify human traits. So, and Art, shut the fuck up, you little bitch. Art's sitting there on his stream last night going, I never mute or ban anyone. You muted me every fucking day. I'm still muted in your chat, you little son of a bitch. This is what I'm saying. Hypocrisy, cowardice, hypocrisy. I'm the only one that gets banned and really muted. I don't want to hear anybody talk about that. Until you can deal with me, I don't think people should be able to speak. I'm the fucking standard. If you can't deal with what I'm going to tell you because your fucking feelings and your emotions make it incapable of you to put your fucking emotions aside, you don't deserve to talk. I'm the standard. And I don't think that those people that can't handle what I'm saying should have a fucking voice, because they'll be the same ones going, oh, I talk to anyone. I say anything. I don't mute anybody. I have the best ideas. I'll debate anyone. You won't debate me. Here's LJ. Here's a good question. You want to hear? I'll give you one question. We're gonna hear. I've been testing this out with a few of my friends in real life. Here's a test, LG. You want to know a test if you can have a discussion with someone on the internet? Ask them this. Ask them this question. Say women decide tomorrow to not breed and hold the species hostage until men either become their slaves or transform everything however they want it for whatever reason they want it. Would it be justified to forcefully breed women? There's your standard. If people can't separate, no, but if someone can't separate the emotional aspect of that question from the realities, no, but that's the standard.
I'm going to avoid. I'm going to stick to the point about, how wealth and or power, right, wrong, who cares? It's just proving, kind of reinforcing this other content creator's point. Not going to go about the weird Let's see. Maybe I should skip ahead, but I can't remember because I didn't bookmark it. We may have to suffer through this somewhere in there. Well, Imperius makes a point about being, wealthy. So once he makes that point, and I should have bookmarked it better.
If that's the whole point. If people can't handle the concept, they shouldn't be able to talk. We're talking about a concept. This very minute, right now, LG, there are hundreds of thousands of women being forcefully bred around the planet right now. No one wants to think about it.
I didn't know
but
that.
You can't talk about it.
Jeez.
You can't solve the problem by talking about it, but don't
She
think about it
didn't
either.
know
Just ignore
that.
it.
Oh my lord!
Do you see what I'm saying,
Talk
LG?
about lack of
Until you're
empathy.
I'm not talking. I'm talking to people in general. Until people are not cowardice enough to deal with concepts and abstracts, they should have their tongues cut off. So until people can answer questions in a conceptual manner, I've said this on every black panel that I've ever been on. What is an abstract? They don't know what an
Well, not quite every black panel. Of course, I don't know. I have a question. Do I consider my panel a black panel? I would guess not. It is a panel, so I'll allow it.
abstract. What I just presented to you is an abstract concept. It's an abstract situation. But that I was on CM's channel the other night for 4 hours. A white cripple and a black guy from Bob's channel named the Emperor could not get past the reasoning aspect of that question. For 4 hours, the answer was, it's just wrong because it kids, it women. And then I upped the ante. I said, tell me why every child should not be gang raped in the entire world.
Okay. All right.
No. These are questions. These are questions I want answers to. I want people to establish a foundation for why they believe and why they expound what they expound. I want.
Now, see, and again, this wasn't really the point of the video I was showing before this, but this is just total hubris. Who gives a fuck what he expects people to do? He's not the boss of people.
People to have to put a fucking stake in the ground and establish something that they have to defend. Not just sit there and go, oh, my emotions don't like what you believe or what you're saying. Put a fucking stake in the ground and let people analyze your logical consistency. And then you can talk to me.
And quick question. Like, what's your favorite, like your most favorite food you've ever had,
Yeah, I gotta
to hurt people. Like, such as a form of resiliency. Okay? The ability to push through hardships. See? So again, LG, don't listen to anything these people say. Torture them. Treat them like rats. Torture these people. All these people, and if you notice, the people that are the most friendly are the biggest rats. The Vantas, the universal skanks. All these people talk shit behind your back. I had a fat cunt trying to go to the FBI when she doesn't live in the United States. They're so afraid of me. I've never talked to you before in a DM. We'll give her money because they feel so bad. If I saw a woman get a bullet in the back of her head on the street, I wouldn't.
Okay, all right.
Vanta, shut the fuck up, dude.
Yeah, it's just some. Anyway, I
saying?
guess
These
I
are the
should
kind
have
of-
just paraphrased it. Basically, Imperius goes on and on about, he comes from a wealthy family and he has personal success and wealth and all this jazz. He doesn't have to empathize. So he was supposed to be the perfect example of this dude talking about how wealth changes the brain, cuts off the empathy feedback, basically.
Of empathy. In one study, they watched drivers at intersections, and luxury car drivers were more likely to cut off motorists and ignore pedestrians. In another, they told participants, right, to take candy from a jar marked for children only. And high-income participants took twice as much candy as low-income participants, literally taking candy from children. Step 1, take the candy. Step 2, invoice the children for storage fees on the jar. The study should be called Who Wants to Be a Cartoon Villain? I mean, it's mad how clearly it can be shown again and again. But on top of that, if you then add...
Well, we'll try it again then. Yeah, you know what? I'm dipping my toe into some some sewage. So Moxie Wit says, Limperius, so then stop stalking me and my husband, loser. I've always been popular. You weren't, cornball. These are adults. Eek. Oh, it's when he goes up. All right, so we'll go back to when he comes up. Should be in a couple seconds in.
That's why you get in trouble. That's why you get in trouble with YouTube. Hold on, is somebody here? Oh.
That's not TOS. I said if I saw this, I would react this way. That's not TOS.
I click on the channel.
Shut up, bitch.
All I hear is Vanta.
Vanta, shut the fuck up, dude. You rat bitch. Vanta, you rat bitch. Why did you run away from me once I fucking took mooncakes? Are you so adherent to a gash that you'll never get, that you're more submissive to a fat bitch than a man? Why are you a bitch, Vanta?
You take the internet too seriously, Imperius.
No, I don't. No, I don't. You take it serious.
No, I don't.
The fact that you think some bullshit that a fat bitch says is real, and you're so running away from the fact that I made a threat. You don't even know what a United States valid criminal threat is. This is what I'm saying. And all you pussies, like what'd you do, Vanta? Why'd you? No, Vanta, you pussy. Why'd you not be my friend anymore on Discord? Why'd you ban me from because Vanta, you're a bitch, and you want the approval of the group.
No.
When I know you're not a pussy is when you're hated by people.
Can I get a word in?
If you're not hated by people, I know you're a fucking rat.
Can I get word in, Imperius? Can I get word in or not? Can I get word in? Yes or no, Imperius? You want me to say a word?
I'm waiting. I'm waiting,
okay.
bitch.
Okay. Call me bitch. Anyway, Imperius, the only reason why I deemed you I warned you, Imperius. You and I spoke in private. I said,
you warned me.
No. Why are you flagging? Why are you flagging?
I'll do whatever I want to, you subhuman trash. If I want to, I'll send a fucking nuke up your Somalian ass.
Case in point.
You are not a human being to me, you fucking coward.
Case in point.
Exactly. So I'm going to treat you with the exact way you treat me, but too cowardice to say.
Imperius.
That's the difference, you fucking bitch.
You're burning.
You want to treat me this way, but you're too fucking cowardice to say it. Just like your faggot friend John, just like your bitch friend Moxie. All you pieces of trash are things that I wipe my ass with in the real world.
Eek. There you go, LG. Case in point. You not say more?
Don't appeal to a woman's sense of morality. What morality do you have, bitch?
It is TOS.
What's your morality, bitch? Because I keep hearing you say you come on here just to cause chaos. You have no morality.
I'm the host. I'm a guest.
No, you're nothing. You're a Somalian. You should be deported from every Western country back to your fucking camel jockey Dune Coon rat fucking country.
You know what? I agree. How about that?
So get the fuck out of the West. Get the fuck out of England.
But right now I'm on LG's panel. LG invited me over.
Well, Dawn, I feel guilty now. I did not mean to singe your ears, but I was trying to make a point. According to Imperius, he is, he had one of those upbringings, wealthy parents. He's doing well and wealthy and all this jazz. And he has absolutely no empathy. He basically wants to treat everyone like they're trash or his servant or something like that. Now, I do know this is an online persona. And to be honest, he's been up on this panel a couple times. I have met people like him before. Shit, I went to a whole high school of Imperiuses, so I know how to handle them. You just need to remind them that you're smarter. Yeah, he's Catholic like me, but he's a little bit more into Catholicism. And I was raised by Franciscans and Benedictines. Franciscans are really good about treating people with respect. They would not allow this sort of behavior, and they'd be sorely disappointed if they knew you grew up to be, to behave like this. So anyway, let us go back. I think we get the idea of the lack of empathy. And look, the internet, YouTube, Imperius, who knows? He might be a lovable little, chubby wubby guy. He could be a chubby wubby family man. But I wish I could do this kind of fuckery. I just can't. It's just not me.
Isolation, because extreme wealth doesn't just give you power over others, it separates you from others.
Yes.
Every friendship might be about your money. Every relationship might be transactional, which activates the brain's threat detection system, the same process that responds to actual physical danger. I'm so rich, I can afford anything in the world except the feeling of trust. And neuroscience shows clearly that isolation causes measurable brain damage. Let me repeat it, because it's clear. Extreme wealth damages your brain's ability to connect with other human beings and feel empathy. And another part is how the wealthy justify this to themselves, because nobody out there is thinking that they're the villain of their own story, are they? This never happens.
Have you noticed that our caps have actually got little pictures of skulls on them?
I don't.
Hans, are we the baddies?
Which is a great sketch, because that never happens. Piff and Keltner's research found that wealthier people are more likely to agree that greed is justified, beneficial, and morally defensible. They literally develop an ideology that says self-interest is not just acceptable, but virtuous in itself.
The point is, ladies and gentlemen, that greed, for lack of a better word, is good. Greed is right. Greed works. Greed clarifies, cuts through, and captures the essence of the evolutionary spirit. Greed in all of its forms. Greed for life, for money, for love, knowledge, has marked the upward surge of mankind, and greed, you mark my words, will not only save Teldar paper, but that other malfunctioning corporation called the USA. Thank you very much.
Morally right. And this was shown clearly in UC Berkeley students from upper class background who had what those researchers called essentialist explanations for social hierarchy. They genuinely believed that great people naturally rise to the top and people at the bottom have character flaws, that the world is a meritocracy and people get what they deserve. The wealthy convince themselves that their wealth is evidence of their moral worth. So whatever they do must be acceptable. That is a scientifically studied fact. They believe they are the good guys, the job creators, the innovators, the philanthropists.
Like all jobs growth comes from entrepreneurs.
So what are you saying to those, the 99% there? Are you saying go get a job?
Well, you need wealth creators in the economy who are building something. Like you take Gymshark, people who work at Gymshark, they're super glad that this guy started the company. They're really happy that there's a company. Otherwise, where would they go? What would they work? Where would they work?
It's a green light to do whatever feels best because they are the leaders, which leads exactly to the type of behaviors that we're seeing again and again in the Epstein files. And this then brings us to structural impunity. And what I mean by that is all of these neurological and psychological changes happen in an environment where billionaires face no consequences, essentially. The justice system just doesn't apply to billionaires like it applies to everyone else. For example, Epstein got a sweetheart plea deal that was literally illegal.
Also, of course, of note is the fact that Epstein faced that massive indictment back in 2006, but ultimately that was sealed as part of that plea deal that many call highly unusual. My next question is, why isn't this double jeopardy if he already signed a plea deal in a case about sexual misconduct with minors?
So first of all, I'd call the plea deal that he got in Florida, the non-prosecution agreement, more than highly unusual. I would call it completely unprecedented. I don't know that I've ever seen a deal that lenient in a case like this.
HSB laundered money for drug cartels. No criminal prosecution.
One of the 10 biggest banks operating in America, the British bank SSBC, was under fire for using their bank to enable drug lords, even suspected terrorists. ABC's chief investigative correspondent Brian Ross tracked down the men at the top.
And internal documents show HSBC executives knew exactly what they were doing. We are allowing organized criminals to launder their money, wrote one executive. Today, bank executives sheepishly admitted there had been cover-ups of the relationships and suspect accounts were left open for years.
Is there any way that that should have been allowed to happen at the time?
No, Senator.
No criminal prosecution. The 2008 financial crisis destroyed millions of lives, but not a single major banker went to prison. The only crime in 2008 was being poor at the wrong time. Yes, terrible timing, really. You should have scheduled your poverty for a more convenient quarter. Yes, I really am going to have to take your house away. Oh, it's awkward, isn't it? Still, it's just one of those things, I guess. Couldn't have been prevented. When you face no real consequences, your brain updates its model of reality. You learn that rules don't apply to you, that you can do whatever you want. For billionaires and the super rich, the law is more of a suggestion box. Yeah, it'd be good if you did this, but, you know, we're not going to come after you if you don't. Manufacturing vulnerability. And here's a part of it that everyone misses when they talk about Epstein. And I think it's the most important part, that the same system that creates abusers also creates victims. When the top 1% controls more wealth than the bottom 90%. Like right now, inequality is so high that even the IMF says it's out of control. I mean, it's in plain sight. When billionaires can buy islands, when teachers need second jobs, when Jeff Bezos makes more in 1 minute than his warehouse workers make in a year, you are not just creating damaged billionaires. You're creating millions of desperately vulnerable people. Just think of what that means. If you're a young woman, 18, 19, 20 years old, working 2 jobs and you still can't make rent, student loans crushing you, your family can't help, they're drowning too. And then someone super rich offers you more money than you've ever seen, real money to fly to an island and just hang. Money that could change your life, pay off debt, help your family, give you breathing room. And you get there and you're alone and everyone else seems to be accepting what's happening, well, you can always leave whenever you wish. It's an island. I'm literally I'm trapped on an island. What am I going to do? Swim for it? It's economics with a gun on the table. What do you want to do? Epstein literally operated in a system specifically designed to create desperate people. We should really be calling this the Epstein economy. The same tax policies that let Epstein accumulate obscene wealth and others also defund education, destroy social safety nets, crushes unions, makes housing unaffordable. That's not coincidental. Inequality made Epstein's crimes possible because the system creates both the monster and the circumstances that deliver the victims to his door. So when you combine all of those facts, the empathy gap, the neurological change from having power, the isolation, the moral licensing, the structural impunity, and the manufactured vulnerability due to the inequality, you don't get an aberration. You don't get a one-off monster. You get inevitability. You create people whose brains are literally damaged in ways that prevent them from seeing other people as fully human. A system that allows billions to pool in individual hands while others struggle to survive creates monsters. And that's not to take responsibility away from these abusers. Of course, they should pay for their crimes, their horrific crimes. But don't ignore the fact that abusers is what this system creates, reliably, predictably, like a factory. Except instead of making cars, the current economic system is making monsters. And nobody wants to shut down the factory because the factory owners are running everything. Oh, let's go to the media. Oh, surprisingly, they don't want to shut the factory. Oh, they own the factory as well. But when you hear the word billionaire, you should feel the same disgust in your gut as when you hear the word pedophile. And if you're thinking, well, actually, Barry, that feels unfair. Congratulations. Your empathy systems still work, but their empathy systems don't work. Billionaires are empathy damaged. Or as Bill Burr puts it really well here,
but if somebody is working 40 hours a week, 160 hours a month, and they can't make their rent, you're not paying them enough money. Maybe you should just be worth 900 million.
Yeah.
Like, how does a CEO take a 8-figure bonus and none of your employees have dental insurance? They can't even go out and get a filling. There's these nerd billionaires out there saying, I want my employees to come to work terrified, go to bed terrified, wake up terrified.
Essentially, I'm saying that if you're truly horrified by Epstein, help dismantle the system that manufactures the monsters. And we need to start doing that boringly, deliberately, with proper taxation. Because it's no coincidence that Epstein was a tax advisor to the rich and powerful. We need a substantial and effective wealth tax. The first step to stopping predators like Epstein isn't better law enforcement or stricter monitoring. It's fixing the obscene inequality that creates both the abuser's pathology and the victim's vulnerability. If you fix the wealth gap, you eliminate both sides of the equation. And that's how you stop the next Epstein. Because we don't stop monsters by hunting them one by one like whack-a-mole. You stop whack-a-mole by turning the game off at the plug. Because extreme wealth has incredible PR. In fact, this is how I'm going to end this monologue, with a little bit of stand-up, which is about how good the PR of billionaires is. Because it's so good that we clearly worship the monsters that create the problem in the first place. I hope you like it, and thanks for watching.
I mean, Batman is not a superhero, he's a super.
Well, all right. I don't know. I am looking for something. I have the need to end this show on somewhat of a positive note. And boy, you know what? Let us do something positive. I hate to do this to you folks, but I'm going to do it. And I'm going to tell you why. Because I have a bunch of old black frozen bananas that my son, for some reason or another, left in the freezer. And apparently I can't get him to do anything about it, so I'm going to have to do it. Let's see. Stanley believe. No. Brian, that's not how evolution works. Common ancestor. You don't, it's not like the pictures where, humans evolved from gorillas. That's not how evolution works. There are common ancestors. It's not like a linear thing. So no, I don't believe tiny monkey Lucy led to large burly Australopithecus. No, I don't believe that because I was trained as a scientist. You can't give money directly to people in the Congress and politicians ways to weigh the money. I'm not sure where you're going with that. Epstein was running a daycare, nonprofit, and gentleman's club. I had a lot of free time. Yeah, okay. Okay, Aries. Don't know. I know it's late over there. So you must be living La Vida Loca for real. So anyway, since I am doing the sourdough journey, the sourdough banana bread I make on repeat. So I know how to make sourdough. I have made 2 successful sourdough loaves, and the second was better than the first. And I've got a third in the refrigerator, which I'll probably do in the morning. But since I have bananas and I abhor wasting food, I'm not throwing them away. This might be a good recipe, and I want to end on a positive note.
I've got brown bananas and a bowl full of sourdough discards. You know what that means. We're making banana bread.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Amy.
Sourdough
from Amy Makes
banana bread.
And
I've
I
never
share my
heard of it.
favorite sourdough recipes, really good ones, tried and true, the ones that you're going to make and say, wow, I needed a sourdough starter a long time ago. Let me show you how I make my incredible sourdough banana bread.
We are going to start with our brown bananas. You always want to use the brownest bananas that you can.
Oh, I got
They
some
have
brown
more
ones.
sweetness in them. If my bananas go bad and I'm not ready to use them, I will just freeze them all together in a big bag. You can use frozen bananas in this. Just thaw them and get rid of the liquid before you make the banana bread. So in go my bananas, and then we're going to mash them up. I like to use a potato masher if you have one. You can just use your spoon if you don't. Brown sugar. Sourdough discard. This is pretty runny. It's not overly sour, not overly fermented. I prefer to use a younger discard in my sweet recipes like this one. I save the older, more tangy stuff for crackers, biscuits, that kind of thing. You can use it straight from the fridge. It may not be as runny that way. As it, sits, it'll get more runny, be easier to combine together. Okay, then we're going to do 2 eggs. I love that this banana bread is just 1 bowl.
I'm surprised she's not using a whisk.
Melted butter. Some banana bread recipes call for you to, mix your butter. I like to use it melted. Just makes it easier on me. And then some oil. Coconut oil is really good in this as well. It makes it super
Ooh, I have
soft.
coconut oil.
You could use olive oil, any neutral flavored oil that you want to.
Coconut oil is not neutral.
Okay, now we're adding in the stuff that makes this super moist is this Greek yogurt. So I love adding
I have
yogurt to
Greek
my
yogurt.
quick breads. We're gonna mix that together.
No, Zhang,
A little
no.
bit of vanilla.
Vanilla? I like how she's
I
not
sometimes go a
measuring
little
though.
over on the vanilla, but I love the flavor. I want to try to get
Don't
that Greek
project,
yogurt.
don't project your
all
feelings
combined in
upon
there.
me, Zhang. She's
gonna whisk
your
it up.
type.
That looks a little bit better. Okay, now we're gonna add in our dry ingredients, which I've already mixed together. Flour, salt, and baking powder. Sorry, baking soda. Now I did a
Really?
mixture of
Baking
whole
soda?
wheat and all-purpose flour because I like to bake with freshly milled flour. But this works great with just all-purpose. It even works really well with just freshly milled. I do a combination of both of these usually. We're just gonna mix together until it is nice and combined.
Oh,
You don't want to
okay.
overmix it. That looks about good. I like to use a 9x5 pan with this banana bread. I've done it in an 8.5 by 4.5, but I think it needs a little bit of extra space.
No,
especially
she's
if
not
you're
a
going to
trad
be
wife.
adding chocolate chips. Oh, my oven is ready.
She's too old to be a trad wife. That's a young woman's
If you
thing.
wanted to add chocolate chips or nuts to this, or even a crumb
Oh, I would.
topping, you
Chocolate chip,
definitely could do that. I have all those substitutions, all of the notes for that in the recipe.
Yeah, you're
post.
right, Dawn.
But today, I'm
She
just making a plain old
she's
loaf of
mighty comfy in
banana
that
bread,
kitchen.
sourdough.
She's kind of a big
Into the oven it goes. It's
content
going to go
creator.
at 425 for 10 minutes, and then we'll decrease the temperature for the rest of the baked. Okay, I just decreased the temperature to 350. See how it sets up a little bit in there? That's what you're looking for with that higher temperature. I gotta close this though.
Right, yeah.
Just for 10 minutes and then decrease the temperature to 350. I just pulled this banana bread from the oven. Look at that. Oh, it's gorgeous. It smells so good. I'm gonna let it cool for a little bit. I'm gonna lift it out and put it on a wire cooling rack, and then we're gonna slice into it. I know I always say to wait, but I gotta have a nice warm slice right now. Oh.
She's hungry.
Ooh. That is beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful banana bread. Made with your
I
sourdough
could see
discard.
doing that with pumpkin easily.
Gorgeous. Just a little bit of melty butter on there. Oh,
There's
I don't
butter
know
in
about
the
you,
damn
but
bread.
banana bread, it's one of my favorites.
Please don't let me hear her chewing.
That's incredible.
Oh, God.
This is going to be your new favorite banana bread. So good.
All right. Well, you know what? Actually, this might be something I do this weekend. I have discard. I hate to use all of it, but what the hell? Let's see. Solo mastication video. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It is Amy and her banana bread. Let's see. Does she have the amounts? Yeah, she has a cookbook. I forgot about that. Well, I'll get the exact amounts. She winged it. I'm not sure I'm that good. But anyway, I enjoyed it, folks. Go dream of sourdough banana bread. And I will see you all tomorrow. Should be on around 2 or 3. So I didn't check to see if anybody's live. So go forth and find the ratchetness if it's out there and you really want it. See y'all later. Yeah. With all that we have given them, we
Stanley
should own perhaps at least one half of this asset, the revenues generated because of it. And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States boosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain.
Well, I don't know what it was, but the thing is that if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
fearing his shoes, library brave.
The MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put. They will. And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today. And I know